Chapter 2642. How dare you? I've been loyal to Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla since I was 13 years old, but I've never been given such a token by Ji-hyun of Silla. How dare you? It's obviously fake. How dare you forge a token? You deserve to die. Forge a token? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect the commander to deny Ji-hyun of Silla's token in order to kill him. Not only that, but the people around nodded as if they agreed with the commander's words. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. How dare you deny Ji-hyun of Silla's token in order to kill me? Ling Xiao sneered. But are you sure you're a match for me? The commander's idea was simple. He did not care if the token in Ling Xiao's hand was real or fake. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, it was up to him whether it was real or fake. Of course, the key was that he could kill Ling Xiao. He was stronger than Ling Xiao, and he firmly believed that. Humph. No matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. The commander, who was ready to attack, suddenly leaped high and slashed at Ling Xiao with his long saber. He did not want to think about anything else. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao first. Seeing this, everyone knew that Ling Xiao was done for. The middle-aged man in black sneered secretly. Ling Xiao was killed by the commander of Ji-hyun of Silla. There was no need for him to do anything. Clang! The 8 immortal sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he had instantly transformed into the purple thunderbolt beast soul. Purple lightning flashed on the 8 immortal sword. It was quite shocking. Kill me. You don't have the ability. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stabbed out with his sword, Shadow Sword Demon. Minor success. The terrifying demonic shadow pierced through the air and collided with the commander's saber. This attack was a combination of the purple lightning thunderbolt beast soul transformation and the power of the lightning battle physique, together with the 8 immortal sword, which was a divine spiritual weapon. Its power was incomparably strong. The prefectural soldier commander was repelled once again. Although this time around, he was only forced to land on the ground and did not retreat very far. This scene caused everyone present to be endlessly astonished. Then what about Ling Xiao? Previously, it took a lot of effort to defeat no agreements. Why does it seem like he's on par with the prefectural commander now? Yeah, it's too shocking. How did this kid cultivate? Everyone was shocked, finding it hard to understand this situation. Good lad. So you've been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. You really do harbor evil intentions. The prefecture soldier commander was shocked as well. However, what he thought of was Ling Xiao's intention of hiding his strength. In his fury, he attacked again. However, this time around, before Ling Xiao could make a move, Yu Fanghua moved gracefully and stood in front of him. What's wrong? Are you addicted to bullying my man? Seeing Yu Fanghua stepping forward, the prefecture soldier commander frowned. He was obviously a little fearful. This was because Ji-hyun of Silla had issued an order that no one was allowed to provoke Yu Fanghua. Although the prefecture soldier commander did not know what the order meant, he was still very cautious. Get lost if you don't dare to attack, Yu Fanghua said coldly. Her words infuriated the prefecture soldier commander again. His aura became stronger, and the light on his body became even more dazzling. He actually intended to attack Yu Fanghua. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a ball of flame floated over from afar. After landing, Hong Min-er's beautiful figure was revealed. The prefecture soldier commander hurriedly retracted his aura and cupped his hands at Hong Min-er. Miss Hong. In his eyes, Hong Min-er was the second most powerful person in the Ji-hyun of Silla residence after Ji-hyun of Silla. He could not afford to offend her. Therefore, he had always respected Hong Min-er, or rather, he was in awe of her. The prefecture soldiers and guests were also puzzled. Why would Hong Min-er come personally? Could it be that His Highness Ji-hyun of Silla had issued a new order? Was he not going to kill Ling Xiao again? All prefecture soldiers, listen up. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Ji-hyun of Silla residence shall be killed without mercy, Hong Min-er said coldly. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The prefecture soldier commander heard it very clearly, so he was very puzzled. But Miss Hong, that fellow Ling Xiao, please watch your words. The token in Ling Xiao's hand was bestowed by His Highness. Are you not going to listen to His Highness? Hong Min suddenly looked at the prefecture soldier commander with an extremely cold gaze. I don't dare. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. He was very displeased and embarrassed. His expression was extremely ugly. If you don't dare, then do what you're supposed to do. What Ling Xiao does is none of your business. Don't forget your duty. Protect the prince's residence. Hong Min added. Yes. The prefecture soldier commander shuddered. He suddenly realized what he had done wrong. It was not because he was targeting Ling Xiao, but because he did not fulfill his duty. Jihyun of Silla hated people like him the most. Hong Min I heard that there's a rule in the Jihyun of Silla residence. Those who trespass into the prince's residence shall die. I wonder if this rule is still in effect? Ling Xiao did not intend to continue arguing with the prefecture soldier commander. Since Hong Min was here, he might as well get straight to the point. Of course. Hong Min nodded. That's good. I, Ling Xiao, have always been responsible for my actions. Today's incident happened because of me. Let me end it. Although he said so, he mentioned that those who trespassed into the prince's residence would die. It was obvious that he had tied Jihyun of Silla to his pirate ship. Either Jihyun of Silla let out a fart and let the world laugh at him, or she would have to help him deal with the Boyi family. Ling Xiao did not care what Hong Min was thinking. He had already walked to the front and looked at the people from the Boyi family. All of you are here to kill me, Ling Xiao. I'm right here. Come and take my life if you can. How arrogant. How domineering. Where did he get his confidence from? Does he really think that Her Highness Jihyun of Silla would go against the Thunder Supreme for him? Most of the people did not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. This person was really unpredictable. When the middle-aged man in black saw this, he sneered. To be honest, if Ling Xiao was hiding in the prince's residence, he would not have dared to commit murder in the prince's residence. This time, he had only barged in to show his power to Jihyun of Silla. If he had really hurt her, even the Thunder Supreme would not protect him. But now, Ling Xiao did not hide. Instead, he walked out and said that he would take responsibility for his actions in front of everyone. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Tie him up. The middle-aged man in black waved his hand and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 people jumped out from behind him and wanted to pin Ling Xiao down. 2 people were not enough, so 4 people went up to him. It seemed like the fact that Ling Xiao was able to block the attack of the official soldier commander had caused the Boyi clan members to be afraid. Chapter 26:43. Up to you. Yu Fanghua stopped in her tracks when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Men were prideful, and she would give Ling Xiao face. The 4 martial artists from the Boyi family pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. The purple thunderbolt beast soul transformed into the lava Cerberus beast soul. At that moment, a blazing heat suddenly spread out, scorching heaven and earth. The 4 of them who were less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao felt the fear of death. The scorching heat penetrated their bones as though someone had pierced a hot iron into their bodies. Then, Ling Xiao pointed forward with one hand. The roaring lava was unstoppable. In an instant, it enveloped the 4 of them and clung onto their bodies. At that moment, the 4 of them seemed to have put on 4 sets of scorching lava armor. It was an eerie scene. Die! With Ling Xiao's shout, the 4 lava men shattered on the spot and fell to the ground. It was impossible to tell if they were human or stone. How terrifying! Everyone was trembling in fear. The 4 of them weren't fools. They were martial artists in the later stage of level 9 of Hell and Transformation, one yin-yang state. In this place, they were the absolute powerhouses. However, in front of Ling Xiao, they lost their lives in an instant. No wonder Ling Xiao was so calm. With such terrifying strength, who wouldn't be calm? What's his cultivation? Hong Min and the black-clothed middle-aged man frowned. Their pupils contracted instantly. They thought they knew Ling Xiao very well, but at that moment, they suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. His terrifying strength wasn't at the middle stage of level 9 of Hell and Transformation, one yin-yang state. He was obviously much stronger than that. Could it be that his cultivation was at the peak of level 9 of Hell? Do you still want to play? Ling Xiao said calmly. Do you think you're invincible just because you're at the peak of level 9 of hell and transformation 1 yin-yang state? What a joke. The middle-aged man in black snorted coldly. Ling Zhao's strength had exceeded his expectations. However, he had an even stronger bargaining chip. Among the experts from the Bo Yi clan who came with him, there were 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. He believed that with this level of cultivation, Ling Zhao would definitely not be able to resist again. He waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. It's best to capture him alive." The patriarch said that he wants this guy to experience the most terrible torture. Understood. The 2 of them instantly teleported and appeared in front of Ling Zhao. Whether it was his speed or his aura, he was far superior to the previous 4. This time, let's see if Ling Zhao can still survive. The commander sneered inwardly. Even he had to be wary of the 2 of them joining forces. How could Ling Zhao possibly be a match for them? Instead, at this moment, Yu Fenghua, who was standing behind Ling Zhao, made her move. In an instant, Fenghua's moonlight shone brightly. The glaring moonlight flickered for a moment, and waves of bone-piercing coldness entered everyone's bones. Then, they saw 2 cold corpses. How did Yu Fenghua do it? What kind of move did Yu Fenghua use? No one saw clearly. That graceful figure stood in front of Ling Zhao, wearing a bamboo hat that covered her face. She looked mysterious and powerful. Too powerful. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Zhao was already surprising enough. How could this woman, who had been following Ling Zhao silently, be even more monstrous than Ling Zhao? With a casual strike, she killed 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. This was a huge blow to the Bo Yi clan. To be able to do this woman's cultivation should be at least at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. She was not inferior to the official soldier commander at all. However, only Hong Min, and the official soldier commander knew that Yu Fenghua's strength was definitely not at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. She might be at the peak of the 10th level of hell, or even stronger. This was also the reason why Jihyun of Silla did not want to provoke Yu Fenghua. The official soldier commander suddenly understood what Jihyun of Silla said to Chen Kanglin. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear. If it was not Ling Zhao, but this woman, his head would have been separated from his body. With such a powerful woman by his side, in addition to his own strength, he was also very strong. No wonder Ling Zhao was able to obtain Jihyun of Silla's token. Was Ling Zhao really a country bumpkin in the 8 Immortals County? What kind of terrifying background did he have? Killing Bo Yi Lioli did not relieve my anger. The resentment in my heart is still very strong. But I resisted the urge to go on a killing spree because I didn't want to become a complete murderer. However, you did not know how to appreciate my kindness. Your arrival today has reignited my anger. Do you want to kill me? Then don't go back today. Ling Zhao's words had basically sealed the fate of the Bo Yi clan's warriors. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhao unleashed his true cultivation level. A terrifying aura spread throughout the prince's mansion. The early stage of the 10th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. Feeling Ling Zhao's terrifying aura, everyone was shocked. Many people still remembered that when Ling Zhao had just arrived at the prince's mansion, his cultivation was not as strong as No Agreements and the others. However, it had only been 10 days, and he had already become so terrifying. In the air, there was a crazy heat that was constantly condensing. Every single member of the Bo Yi family could feel the terrifying heat coming from their bodies. Ling Zhao's body was covered in lava, and flames soared to the sky. The 3 heads of the 3-headed lava hound let out a shocking roar. Scorching hell. Following Ling Zhao's cold voice, the prince's mansion's courtyard instantly turned into a scorching hell. Lava flowed on the ground. Flames spread in the air. And all of this rushed towards the Bo Yi clan's warriors. In the terrifying scorching hell, all the warriors of the Bo Yi clan felt a fear that they had never felt before. Before the attack arrived, their clothes were already burning. Miserable screams spread throughout the scorching hell. Although the Bo Yi clan's warriors that came to the prince's mansion were all yin-yang realm warriors, and their cultivation had all reached the 8th level of hell, logically speaking, they should be able to resist the scorching heat. However, in reality, they were not. because Ling Zhao's scorching hell was clearly emitting the aura of the ancient hell dragon. It was a legendary godly flame. How could they resist it? Seeing that the people he brought were in danger of being wiped out, the black-clothed middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He suddenly roared, and a huge swamp sludge monster appeared behind him, and a terrifying aura erupted. It actually shattered the scorching hell. Immediately after, he soared into the air and charged towards Ling Xiao. It seemed like he had to do it himself if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would really embarrass himself here today. He was originally very calm, thinking that his subordinates could easily take away Ling Xiao. Chapter 26:44. Your opponent is me. Yu Fanghua is very clear that Ling Xiao is not this black-clothed middle-aged man's opponent, so she stands out. With a casual flick of her hand, a crescent-shaped energy flies into the air, flickering with a cold light. The swamp monster released by the black-clothed middle-aged man is completely frozen. Break for me! The black-clothed middle-aged man roars, and a huge whirlpool appears on the swamp monster's body. This whirlpool forcibly sucks in the moonlight. But at this time, Yu Fanghua attacks again. The black-clothed middle-aged man can't free himself to deal with Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao shows a cold smile, looking at the remaining warriors of the Bo Yi clan. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He doesn't have any sympathy for these people. When he was at the Arcana Academy, he thought that by teaching these people a lesson, they would remember and understand fear. But he was wrong. Not only did these people not understand his kindness, but they also colluded with the black-clothed middle-aged man to find trouble with him, wanting to take his life. Does he still need to continue being merciful? He transformed into a huge, three-headed lava hound, releasing his peak lava battle body, and rushed into the crowd with terrifying lava flowing all over his body. The terrifying lava continues to spread. Those warriors who are touched by it all let out mournful screams. Those huge claws are swinging, and every time it slaps down, someone will die. The three heads are constantly spitting lava, tearing those warriors apart. It's like an enhanced version of the three-headed lava hound. Just as Ling Xiao said, he doesn't intend to be merciful. He wants all these people who dare to come against him to stay here and don't even think about going back alive. When the people of the prince's mansion saw this one-sided slaughter, their faces were filled with astonishment and fear. The black-clothed middle-aged man brought hundreds of people from the Bo Yi clan to denounce them. The group was majestic and awe-inspiring. He ordered the prince's mansion to hand over Ling Xiao and the two criminals. But no one expected the result to be so shocking. Ling Xiao walked out. Filled with disdain and tyranny, they mercilessly slaughtered the Bo Yi family's warriors. They slaughtered the disciples of the Arcana Academy. He flew into a rage just because his friend was bullied, only because the enemy was even more ruthless. On the other side, the black-robed middle-aged man was desperately trying to rescue the warriors of the Bo Yi clan. But reality was cruel. At this moment, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to even protect himself. Yu Fanghua's attack seemed simple and direct, but he had to expend a lot of internal energy to block each attack. As a result, he was now completely suppressed by Yu Fanghua. If anyone could see Yu Fanghua's face, they would definitely see the contempt and ridicule on her face. She could have easily killed this black-clothed middle-aged man, but she didn't do so. She was just playing. Isn't this woman a little too strong? Could it be that she's an expert from the 11th level of hell? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the black-clothed middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of the 10th level of hell. If even he was suppressed by Yu Fanghua, then Yu Fanghua's cultivation was most likely at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. Such a strong woman is actually willing to follow Ling Xiao? What does Ling Xiao do to deserve her? Many people couldn't understand. They were all jealous. Deep in the mansion, there was a pair of eyes staring at the battle here. Those eyes were filled with intense jealousy and madness. Naturally, it was Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin. He also couldn't understand why Yu Fanghua favored Ling Xiao. Chun Kanglin could still be jealous. But the black-clothed middle-aged man was only left with anger. The little bit of pride in his heart had been completely destroyed by this woman, by Yu Fanghua. When he came, he was full of mettle, arrogant, and despotic. But now, he was only angry and sullen. Facing a woman, he was actually suppressed in every way, and was at a disadvantage in every move. He even saw the mansion soldiers of Jihyun of Silla mocking him coldly. Fight. Boyi family's secret technique, swamp poison rain. The black-clothed middle-aged man didn't plan to do this because this was a big group technique. Once it was released, it would cover the entire Jihyun of Silla mansion. He could prevent his own people from getting hurt, but he couldn't care about anything else. The terrifying swamp sludge monster turned into a violent storm of poison. Swept by the fierce wind, it blasted towards Ling Xiao first. Because in the black-clothed middle-aged man's opinion, the woman in the bamboo hat attacked because of Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was killed, everything would stop. This guy is crazy. Everyone, defend. The warriors of Jihyun of Silla Mansion saw how terrifying this secret technique was. The horrifying poisonous rain didn't recognize enemies. As long as they weren't allies, they would be attacked crazily and eventually killed. Seeing this, the mansion soldiers' commander and Hong Min joined forces to form a giant inner energy shield above the mansion soldiers. The mansion soldiers also released their inner energy to defend. However, those who reacted slower were instantly corroded by the horrifying poisonous rain and turned into a pile of rotting corpses. That scene was too horrifying. Vicious indeed. Yu Fanghua snorted when she saw this. She formed a seal with her hands and blasted it towards the sky. Moonlight martial arts, Guanghan seal. A patch of moonlight appeared behind her. She spoke in a low voice. Then, a palm print flew out from the moonlight. It grew in the wind and instantly became huge. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above her head was covered in ice. Pacha! The sound of something breaking was heard. The poisonous rain that was completely frozen broke into pieces. Under the influence of the Guanghan seal, it turned around and attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man in the sky. This scene was strange and shocking. The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. He quickly channeled all his inner energy into his martial soul. Swamp monster. Fusion. This was a move that Wayno Lieli had used before. However, Wayno Lieli had used it to kill Ling Xiao. The black-clothed middle-aged man was using it to protect himself. This swamp monster was slightly different from Wayno Lieli's. Wayno Lieli's swamp monster held a dagger and was in an attacking position. However, this one was kneeling on one knee and holding a giant shield to block Yu Fanghua's attack. The black-clothed middle-aged man clearly knew that if he didn't block it, the horrifying Guanghan seal would make him die a horrible death. Boom! A horrifying sound was heard as the palm print blasted onto the giant shield. The poisonous rain covered a large area. In an instant, the swamp monster was defeated. The black-clothed middle-aged man was sent flying. However, his cultivation wasn't weak. He managed to adjust his posture in mid-air. In the end, he only managed to break the wall of the mansion before he got up. He was terrified and wanted to defend himself. However, he realized that Yu Fanghua didn't chase after him. Instead, she was looking at the other side of the battlefield coldly. Chapter 26:45. Ling Xiao's battle with the Boyi family's martial artists was nearing its end. From the start to the end, he did not use any martial techniques and only used his lava Cerberus body to slaughter those people. The terrifying lava Cerberus not only had astonishing defensive power, but also had a terrifying top-grade lava battle body. Together with the powerful Hell Dragon Fire, its power was simply off the charts. The pitiful Boyi family's martial artists, although they were not weak, but under such an attack, they could not retaliate at all. The black-clothed middle-aged man could only watch as Ling Xiao massacred his own people, unable to do anything. Even though his face was extremely gloomy, his anger had reached its peak. But because he was afraid of the terrifying Yu Fanghua, he could only focus on defending. If not, even he himself would die. Yu Fanghua was too powerful. He really did not know. When did Jihyun of Silla's residents have such a terrifying woman, making their plan this time become extremely stupid? It was also a failure. Not long later, the enemies that were burned by the lava and slapped to death by the giant claws were all lying on the ground. Other than the black-clothed middle-aged man, there was only Gu Fong left among the people who came to denounce Ling Xiao. The heroic Gu Fong, at this moment, was trembling all over, like a sieve, constantly shivering. He actually did not have any feelings for Bo Yururi. The reason why he came to take revenge for Bo Yururi was because he felt that Ling Xiao was easy to bully, and he could use this matter to gain the approval of the Bo Yi family. Who knows? If the Bo Yi family was happy, they might betroth another girl to him. Anyway, there were many girls in the Bo Yi family, not only Bo Yi Qin's daughter. But now, he regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. For some illusory benefits, he used up all the treasures that Gu Tianba gave him and barely kept his life. But his body was already extremely tired, and his internal energy was almost exhausted. If Ling Xiao continued to attack, he believed that he would definitely die. There would not be a second answer. The man with the golden mask, trembling body, was Bai Zhe. His anger was gone. His heroic spirit was also gone. All that was left was fear and despair. Although none of the people around him had a higher cultivation level than him, there were still some who had the same cultivation level as him. However, those people had all turned into corpses. And the most powerful one, Bo Yixin's younger brother, the biggest backer in their hearts, was currently being forced to flee and hide by a woman. He didn't even dare to fight. Ling Xiao returned to his original form and looked coldly at Gu Fong, who had lost all ability to resist. He said coldly, "This matter originally had nothing to do with you. But why did you come to provoke me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You can also take credit for it. Now, what do you have to say?" Among these people, the only one that Ling Xiao knew by name was Gu Fong, Gu Tianba's godson. Plop! The heavy sound even shattered the ground. Gu Fong was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, his legs trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. Yes, he just wanted to take some credit for it. He didn't really hate Ling Xiao, but he wanted Ling Xiao to die for such an insignificant reason. Ling Xiao found it even harder to forgive such a person. Gu Fong wanted to make a name for himself, but he was even more afraid of death. When death was about to befall him, he was completely listless. "When we were at the Arcana Academy, you hid in the crowd and attacked me. You are simply despicable and shameless. I was really too merciful for not killing you at that time. For people like you, only death can make you afraid." Ling Xiao's flaming claws grabbed Gu Fong's neck, and the flames roasted his neck. Gu Fong kept swaying his body and roared in fear. "Spare me, spare me. If you let me go, my godfather can give you everything you want." He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from Ling Xiao's hands. Gu Fong could only beg for mercy. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't have any good impression of Gu Tianba. He actually dared to use Gu Tianba as a bargaining chip. This could be considered as accelerating the speed of his death. "Your godfather is Gu Tianba, right? What a pity. I have a deep enmity with him. He almost wiped out my friend's entire family. I'll avenge my friend." Ling Xiao mocked, "I heard that before you became his godson, you were always abusing your power in Thunder City and harming poor girls. After you became that old bastard's godson, you became even worse. I've investigated and found that there are hundreds of corpses of young girls in the deep well of your house. They died very miserably. I don't care what you did to them. In short, you're a beast that everyone has the right to kill. That's enough for me." "Stop, Ling Xiao. You've already provoked the Bo Yi clan. Don't tell me you want to provoke the Gu clan as well? You actually want to provoke 2 of the 8 great clans at the same time. Do you really want to die?" Hong Min suddenly shouted loudly, "You're meddling in other people's business again. Do you still remember that vicious woman in the restaurant? You also told me that I can't afford to provoke her clan." Ling Xiao sneered and exerted more strength in his hand. His magma-covered right hand ruthlessly pierced Gu Fong's neck. At this point, Gu Fong was dead. Only the black-clothed middle-aged man from the Bo Yi clan was still alive. Ling Xiao looked at him with contempt and said, "Bo Yixin's younger brother? Hee, you don't look like much to me. Come and kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, what are you doing here? Making a fool of yourself? Brat, you'll definitely regret this." You don't even know what you've done. You'll suffer the most terrifying revenge in the world for what happened here today. Just you wait. The black-clothed middle-aged man dodged Yu Fenghua's terrifying attack and instantly fled to the Jihyun of Sila's residence. Only then did he dare to turn around and shout. What a senseless nonsense, Ling Xiao said with disdain. You've said this more than once. You've always said that I'll die and that I'll regret it. But let me tell you now, I won't regret it. The one who will regret it will be you, because you won't be able to leave here alive today. Without that woman, how can you be so arrogant? The black-clothed middle-aged man was obviously very unhappy. If it wasn't for Yu Fenghua, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state today. He would definitely be able to complete his mission and kill Ling Xiao. What a joke. Without the Boyi clan, what are you? Everyone has something they rely on. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. You're just saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. What a joke. Ling Xiao said with disdain. I like the way you put it. Yu Fenghua suddenly said. Her body suddenly moved, and she was already in front of the black-clothed middle-aged man. I've played with you for so long. It's too boring. Chapter 26:46. Yu Fenghua's jade-like hand gently stretched out, and a shining moonlight palm imprinted on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body. That person didn't even have time to dodge, and his body was directly smashed to the ground. His entire body instantly froze, and then shattered into pieces. Yu Fenghua suddenly felt that she liked Ling Xiao's character more and more. It was as if they were born to hit it off. However, she didn't know that her sudden attack had shocked everyone in Jihyun of Sila's residence. This graceful and holy figure, with just a light palm, had taken the life of a first revolution yin-yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 10th level of hell. This woman definitely possessed strength second only to the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur. Ling Xiao didn't notice that Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan had quietly left when he was fighting with the Boyi clan. As for where they went, he didn't know. After killing all the people from the Boyi clan who came to seek revenge, Ling Xiao thought that he might as well bring Yu Fenghua and kill their way into the royal palace. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Although it was said that the Thunder Emperor was only slightly stronger than the Thunder Seigneur, it was just a rumor. However, rumors were just rumors. Who knew how powerful the royal family was? What Ling Xiao could do was to try his best to prevent Yu Fenghua from taking any risks. Unless there was a day when his strength was on par with the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur, he didn't want to take any risks. He could leave for now. Ling Xiao had already obtained the Emperor's supreme grass, so the Emperor's mystery realm wasn't of much use to him for now. He prepared to leave Thunder City and continue his travels. Of course, before leaving, he planned to send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to the Eight Immortal City. After experiencing the previous incident, he really didn't want Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to take any risks with him. After all, not everyone had great potential like him, and their cultivation increased so quickly. As for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, all they had to do was take one step at a time. He returned to the Eight Immortal City to send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back. He also wanted to see if the Ling family was ready. Before he left, he went to look for Ling Yan. However, when he arrived at Ling Yan's residence, he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw a message. Boss, I went to the Eight Immortal City. I just got the news that the 14th Prince Chen Songxiong has sent the 8th Prince there in an attempt to take back the ruling power of the Eight Immortal City from Jihyun of Silla. Why would he do that? Why was the Eight Immortal City so important? I don't know, but I have to go and take a look. Boss, you should come back quickly. Before you come back, I will help you guard the Eight Immortal City. After reading the contents of the letter, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. The 8th prince was rumored to be a licentious prince. As the 14th prince's vassal, he liked women the most. The Eight Immortal City was now Ling Xiao's territory. If this guy went there and messed around, he wouldn't let it go. Let's go back to the Eight Immortal City immediately. Ling Xiao didn't have time to explain further. He notified Lin Ruoxian, Yu Fenghua, and Moon Death, and then rushed to the Eight Immortal City. 8th Prince? Although I'm not familiar with you, if you dare to touch my territory, I will definitely kill you. Outside the Eight Immortal City, there was a group of people stationed. They looked mighty and extraordinary. The 8th prince rode a tall demon beast and looked at the 8 immortal city in the distance indifferently. In just 10 days, he had conquered almost all the towns in the 8 immortal city. Now, only the county city and Ascension town were left unconquered. What gave him a headache was that the city and Yuhua town were protected by strange arrays. After his soldiers entered, they either got lost or were sneak attacked. In the end, they could only retreat in panic. Today, he gathered almost all the martial artists in the other towns and formed a huge suicide squad. There were over 1 million people in this suicide squad. Obviously, these martial artists were trash in the eyes of the 8th prince, trash not worth mentioning. These people were existences that could be sacrificed at any time and were absolutely not worthy of sympathy or pity. With more than 1 million people, even if each of them spit, they could drown the 8 immortal city. Ha 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 ha, although I don't know why the 14th prince is so interested in the 8 immortal city. Since I have accepted this mission, I have to complete the order. Pass down the order, the suicide squad will attack. No one is allowed to retreat. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. The 8th prince laughed loudly. He was sitting on a huge puppet war chariot. There were beautiful women serving him on both sides. He was eating delicious fruits and was very comfortable. The millions of death warriors stood there, trembling. Although they were not bound, their hearts were bound by fear. The 8th prince only had more than 1,000 people. They had more than 1 million people, but they did not dare to resist. Because the 1,000 people were all martial artists above the 8th level of the yin-yang realm of hell. Most of them were not even in the half-step yin-yang realm. The huge gap in strength made them unable to resist, because they knew that resisting meant death. To these townspeople and martial artists, the terrifying 8th prince and his subordinates were simply invincible. It was as if a god had sent down heavenly punishment. Almost everyone was trembling. Everyone was in despair. They knew that if they did not obey, they would die. And if they moved forward, they would also die. The terrifying array of the 8 immortal city was not easy to break. Haha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, don't you know that the 13th prince is also the 14th prince's subordinate? Don't you know that Wayno Liili also had a relationship with me? If you dare to harm them, I will kill your people. Even if these 1 million people cannot take down the 8 immortal city, with so many people dead, your territory will become a dead zone. The 8th prince had never seen Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's name often rang in his ears. Whether it was the 13th prince who was tricked, or Wayno Liili who was killed, he knew all of this. The only thing he did not know was what happened in Thunder City. Ling Xiao killed all the Wayno family martial artists who went to find trouble with him. Everyone, listen up. Your misfortune came from one person, your lord, Ling Xiao. He should not have offended the 14th prince, and he should not have killed my woman, Wayno Liili. Now, you can either charge forward and destroy the 8 immortal city and destroy everything Ling Xiao has, or accept our verdict and die here. The 8th prince regarded human life as nothing more than grass. In his eyes, the lives of millions of people could be killed at will. What do they mean by Ling Xiao's people? Does the 8 immortal city not belong to the Chen state? This guy was really unscrupulous in order to deal with Ling Xiao, regardless of the consequences. He was so crazy that it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the 8th prince's order, some people lifted their feet, but there were even more people who were unwilling to accept it. Why should they die like this? The enemy only had 1,000 people, but they had millions. Chapter 26:47. The 8th prince's order was equivalent to sentencing the millions of warriors to death in front of everyone. No matter what, they would die. How should they choose? Are you all stupid? Are you all going to die under that person's command? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. This sentence struck everyone's heart hard. Many people did not recognize the young man who shouted, but they knew that he was very strong. They seemed to have found their backbone. With someone leading them, they dared to do things that they would not normally dare to do. That 8th prince treated you like livestock. He drove you to your deaths. But are you all really willing? If you resist, you may die, but at least you will die with dignity. If you don't resist, you will still die, and you will die without any dignity. We have millions of people. Even if we can't kill all of them, we can still drag a few down with us, right? We must let the Chen Kingdom's royal family know that we, the bottom-tier warriors, are not to be bullied. The young man's roar reverberated through the entire wasteland. Everyone in the wasteland could hear him clearly. What a joke. You don't even dare to say your name. Do you think anyone will believe your words? The eighth prince looked coldly at the young man who shouted. He felt that he looked familiar, but he could not recall who he was. The millions of death warriors looked at the young man. They also wanted to know who this young man was. If it was an unknown person who instigated them, they would not be fooled. Everyone, listen up. My name is Ling Yin. I am the son of Marquis Ling. Marquis Ling fought bloody battles for more than 10 years to protect the peace of the Chen Kingdom's borders. He did not even see his wife and son for a long time. However, he was killed by the Chen Kingdom's royal family for betrayal. Killing 10 families was not enough to vent their anger. They even killed the good friends of the Ling family. That day, Chengguolei almost turned into hell. I survived because I was unwilling to accept this. Marquis Ling is like this. Do you people still not understand? Your outcome will only be worse than Marquis Ling's. They treat their own people as if they are cruel and ruthless enemies. Ling Yan's voice rang out again. You can choose not to listen to me and do as they say, but I can guarantee you that your family and friends, even if they don't die, will be taken away by them to be slaves. Your wives and daughters might even be sold to the brothels as prostitutes for officials. Weakness would only make them more arrogant. On the other hand, resistance can make them fearful. Well said. Finally, someone began to respond to Ling Yan's call. I am a refugee from Lei Du and came to the 8 Immortal City. My daughter was defiled by the 8th prince. Originally, I didn't want to mention this kind of ugly thing. I just want to secretly accompany my crazy daughter for the rest of my life. But even after I hid in a small, uninhabited village, he still managed to find me. Not only did he kill my daughter, but he also made me a member of the Dare to Die army and made me work for him. Inhumane. The detestable royal family doesn't treat us as human beings. Let's fight. We have millions of people. Do you think we are afraid of thousands of them? With so many people, once they were incited, they would form a terrible torrent of anger. In order to not let their wives and daughters be defiled, they also wanted to die like men. These people were going to rebel. Anyway, they would die anyway, so it was better to die with dignity and die with vigor. Ling Yin became the leader of these people because he was strong enough and fearless. All the Dare to Die army turned around and looked at the 8th prince's thousands of people. Ling Yin stood at the front and looked at the other side. This time, he came here to kill the 8th prince and avenge his people. On the other hand, he wanted to protect the 8 Immortal City for Ling Xiao. If these millions of people really rushed to the 8 Immortal City, then no matter how powerful the formation was, it would be filled with corpses. The 8th prince's people could naturally rush in. No matter what the reason was, they did not allow him to retreat. Kill. Ling Yin shouted loudly. Kill. 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 Orderly voices rang out behind him, like the sound of thunder that shook the heavens. A group of ants dare to resist. Since they want to die, kill them. Kill the leader first. I want to see if they have the courage to continue to resist. The 8th prince did not want to be completely incompatible with the millions of Dare to Die army. After all, even if they were ants, millions of them would be very terrifying. What's more, they were all warriors. Moreover, he also wanted to use the Dare to Die army to attack the 8 Immortal City. Whether these people died or his people died, it would be a pity. Therefore, he wanted to capture the leader first. He believed that as long as he killed Ling Yin, these people would collapse without a fight. They were just a motley crew. What could they do? The war finally broke out. Millions of Dare to Die army rushed to the thousands of experts led by the 8th prince like a swarm of ants. The two sides fought in the wilderness. At this time, on the tower of the 8 Immortal City, Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin sat there and looked at the battlefield indifferently. Jihyun of Silla, let's go. That Ling Yin is the Lord's brother. We can't just sit here and watch. The one who spoke was the current deputy mayor of the 8 Immortal City, Sire Shui. Ling Zhao's people only moved in the dark. On the surface, the 8 immortal city was ruled by Sire Shui. The rest of the warriors who were subdued by Ling Xiao assisted him. But to be honest, those people were controlled by Ling Xiao's poison pill and did not dare to act rashly. However, Jihyun of Silla was different. He didn't know where he got the antidote for the poison pill and saved those people. Some of the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain, almost all the warriors from the Tianfeng group, and most of the warriors from the High Duke's public house. It was these people who allowed Jihyun of Silla to easily enter the 8 Immortal City and make Sire Shui and the others a mere figurehead. At this time, Jihyun of Silla's people had already started a big purge in the 8 Immortal City. They wanted to get rid of all those who were loyal to Ling Xiao. Qin Kanglan thought about it. It was impossible to melt Yu Fenghua's ice mountain with just ordinary contact, unless Ling Xiao gave up on Yu Fenghua and became his dog. And what he was thinking was naturally a threat. He wanted to threaten Ling Xiao's friends and family in the 8 Immortal City as hostages. Although it was a little despicable, Jihyun of Silla did not care. He wanted Ling Xiao to become his loyal dog and Yu Fenghua to become his woman. That day, in Jihyun of Silla's public house, he saw how powerful Yu Fenghua was and understood what it meant to have Yu Fenghua. He also saw how powerful Ling Xiao was and understood what it meant to subdue Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not care about being despicable. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao hesitate. Chapter 26:48. Let him be quiet. Qin Kanglan waved his hand and signaled his subordinates. Among the subordinates who followed him to the 8 Immortal City, the weakest one was at the 9th level of hell. How could Elder Shui be their match? Although he wanted to resist, he was soon knocked unconscious. Your Highness, how should we deal with this person? Lock them up together and watch over them. I want to let Ling Xiao know that I'm the only one who can decide the future of the 8 Immortal City. He's just an ant and can't do anything. Qin Kanglan sneered. Originally, he was a scheming person and would never do something so impulsive. All of this was because of Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua made Qin Kanglan crazy and impulsive. He wanted to use this extreme method to make Ling Xiao submit. In the distant battlefield, the battle was still ongoing. Although the 1 million kamikaze soldiers were weak, they were not at a disadvantage against the 8th Prince's thousands of men because of their large numbers. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Hundreds of the thousands of men had been killed. Of course, the kamikaze soldiers had suffered more casualties. 100,000 of them were killed on the battlefield. 100,000 against 100,000. The 8th Prince was furious because every one of his subordinates was a treasure. In his eyes, the kamikaze soldiers were just lowly commoners. It did not matter how many of them died. They had always wanted to capture the ringleader and capture Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan's strength was beyond his expectations. Although he was injured, he became more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a demonic dragon, which was terrifying. Don't care about those lowly commoners. Kill Ling Yan with all your might. The 8th Prince could no longer sit still. He leaped into the air and pounced on Ling Yan. He knew that he had to take action. If this continued, he would lose more than half of his subordinates, even if he killed all of the 1 million men. It was not something he could bear. After all, these people were sent to him by the 14th Prince. The 14th Prince was powerful and vicious. Even if he was the 14th Prince's elder brother, he would be severely punished when he returned. If things went wrong, he could only apologize with his death. He did not want to die. Absolutely not. Kill. An even more terrifying attack enveloped Ling Yan. Ling Yan alone had attracted all the attacks from the enemy. The kamikaze soldiers on the outside had an easier time. However, Ling Yan was in danger. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the strange thing was that his skin also began to undergo some strange changes at an accelerated rate. Strange feathers grew out of his skin. The golden feathers shone with a dazzling light. When the transformation happened, Ling Yan looked like he was in great pain and had almost lost his ability to fight. I can't die. I can't die yet. Once I die, those people will immediately collapse. Ling Yan was very clear about the current situation. The only reason the million death warriors dared to resist was because he was the leader. But once he died, these people would definitely give up fighting out of fear. This When the 8th prince saw this situation, he was extremely excited. Hence, he intensified his attacks. Chun Kanglin. Ji-hyun of Silla slowly stood up on the city tower. It's almost time to make a move. Ling Yin is not only a remnant of the Thunder City's Ling family, but he is also Ling Xiao's good brother. I don't believe that Ling Xiao won't give in with him as a hostage. He suddenly rushed out, crossed 1,000 meters, and came directly to the battlefield. The experts who followed him also arrived one after another. All of you, stop! Chun Kanglin let out a roar. This voice was like a clap of thunder that fell into the battle formation. Whether it was the 8th prince's side or the kamikaze army's side, everyone felt a splitting headache and had to stop the dispute. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he interfere with our battle? The 8th prince was about to give Ling Yin a fatal blow, but he was disturbed by others. This made him very unhappy. He cursed before he saw who it was. The kamikaze soldiers were frightened. The intruder was so powerful. If it was an enemy, they would be finished. 8th brother, you really have time. You know that the 8 Immortals County is under my protection. How dare you come here to make trouble? Ji-hyun of Silla looked at the 8th prince coldly. His voice was cold and murderous. So what if they were brothers? He didn't care about the fight for the throne. Not only did he not care, but his competitor, the 14th Prince Chun Kangmang, also didn't care. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's second brother. Since you were here, why didn't you say anything? I had no choice. How could I not carry out 14th brother's order? After all, 14th brother's cultivation and status are much higher than mine. The 8th prince frowned when he saw that it was Ji-hyun of Silla, but when he saw that Hong Min-er was not beside Ji-hyun of Silla, he was relieved. In Thunder City, no one knew Chun Kanglin's real cultivation. Everyone knew that he was intelligent, but when it came to strength, no one knew. On the contrary, the woman beside Chun Kanglin, Hong Min-er, was very powerful. The 8th prince knew that he was no match for her. Cut the crap. Go back and tell Chun Sangxiong that the 8 Immortals County is mine. If he wants it, he can come and beg me. But I will not agree to this method. Chun Kanglin looked at the 8th prince coldly. Second brother, you don't have to be angry. You should know that 14th brother has the absolute advantage in the fight for the throne. The mysterious world respects martial arts. No matter how smart you are, it doesn't mean anything. It's better to pledge allegiance to 14th brother. I can help you find a good job. The 8th prince was not afraid of Chun Kanglin. As long as Hong Min-er was not there, he believed that he could defeat his second brother. As long as he defeated Ji-hyun of Silla, even if he couldn't take the 8 Immortals County, he could atone for his mistakes. It could even be regarded as a great contribution. Humph, from what you're saying, you want to fight with me? Ji-hyun of Silla Chun Kanglin snorted and looked at the 8th prince with disdain. You think you can crush me with your strength at the early stage of the 10th level of hell, right? You think I'm only obsessed with wisdom and don't have strong strength, right? So what if I fight? Besides, second brother, you're wrong. I'm no longer at the early stage of the 10th level of hell. I'm now at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. With the help of 14th brother, I've made a huge breakthrough. The 8th prince laughed. I gave you face and called you second brother. If I didn't give you face, you wouldn't even be a fart. Do you really think you can show off in front of me? Nonsense. A strange black thunderbolt suddenly appeared behind Ji-hyun of Silla Chun Kanglin. As he spoke, he suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 8th prince. Chapter 26:49. Boom. The black palm print landed on the 8th prince. The 8th prince had no chance to react. It was too fast. It was too terrifying. The 8th prince felt as if his body was being corroded by something. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing. He looked at Ji-hyun of Silla in horror and let out a shrill scream. Don't worry, we're brothers after all. I won't kill you, but from now on, you'll become a complete cripple. Just be a good prince and get lost with him. Chun Kanglin waved his hand coldly. The people who originally followed the 8th prince were all looking forward to the battle. However, they were not in the mood to do so now. Everything was too unexpected. Chun Kanglin of Ji-hyun of Silla was too powerful. He had severely injured the 8th prince, who was at the late stage of level 10 of hell. Also, what was with the black lightning? It was full of evil and terror. What kind of martial arts did Qin Kanglan practice? Although they had countless questions, they did not dare to ask. The moment Qin Kanglan appeared, it meant that they had lost. They took the severely injured 8th prince and fled into the distance. At this time, the kamikaze army let out thunderous cheers. Qin Kanglan had defeated the 8th prince, so he should be one of them. Long live Jihyun of Silla! Long live Jihyun of Silla! Qin Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla was not happy at all when he heard the cheers. What was the use of these ants respecting him? He wanted Yu Fanghua. Your Highness, is that really Jihyun of Silla? How could he be so terrifying? He even attacked you for the sake of the 8 Immortals County. Why? Someone asked the 8th prince while they were fleeing. I don't know the details, but according to the records of the royal family, the 8 Immortals County seems to have the complete inheritance left by the Beast God Prince of the Black Tortoise Continent. The inheritance includes the Beast God position of the 12 Beast Gods and the Beast Soul of the Sun God. Once he obtained those items, he would be able to dominate the entire Black Tortoise Continent. This is probably the fundamental reason why 14th brother and 2nd brother compete for the 8 Immortals County. The 8th prince thought about it, and this was the only reason he could think of, but in the end, that's only a legend. The Chun nation has been established for so many years, and countless people have been searching for that sun god's inheritance. Unfortunately, no one has ever found it. Another person said, "Who knows? Let's hurry back and report what happened here to 14th brother." Right now, the 8th prince only wanted to rush back to Thunder City as soon as possible and then heal himself. In fact, his guess was right. The 14th prince, Chen Zongxiang, and the 2nd prince, Qin Kanglan, were fighting over that thing. Although it was just a legend, no one wanted the 8 Immortals County to fall into the hands of the other party. Even if the city of the 8 Immortals was in the hands of a neutral party, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, the two princes did not know that what they wanted had already been obtained by Ling Xiao. In this world, it was impossible for a second person to obtain the same thing. There's someone ahead. When the 8th prince and his group were running for their lives, they suddenly discovered that someone was rushing over from the front. There were 5 people, 1 man, 3 women, and a little girl. Hee, those 3 women are pretty good looking, especially the one wearing a bamboo hat. Although I can't see her face clearly, the way she moves is so graceful. The aura she releases is also intoxicating. Kill that man and capture the other 4 alive. The 8th prince suddenly sneered. Yes. His subordinates all understood the 8th prince's character. Although his cultivation was crippled and his body was seriously injured, when he saw a woman, he still could not help himself. After all, he was a prince, so they could not say anything. Besides, they were just passers-by. If they killed them, then so be it. They had long been accustomed to this kind of thing and did not care at all. Go. 2 of them broke through the air and headed straight for the young man. However, before they arrived, they had already seen the terrifying killing intent in the young man's eyes. They had only seen this kind of killing intent in the eyes of their master, the 14th prince. At that moment, their bodies trembled. Panic spread in their hearts. They wanted to escape, but they found that a sword light was quickly approaching them. When they wanted to shout out their identities to threaten the other party, they had already become 2 corpses. How dare you? Seeing this, the 8th prince shouted at the top of his lungs. However, what responded to him was still a fierce sword light. His head fell from his body and fell heavily to the ground. However, none of these passers-by stopped. They seemed to have something urgent and disappeared with a gust of wind. The remaining people looked at the 8th prince's corpse in horror. They were all glad that they were not the ones who attacked just now. Brother Ling Xiao, that person just now seemed to be the 8th prince. On the way, Moon Death suddenly said, I know, but so what? I just cleaned up a piece of trash. It was not the first time Ling Xiao killed a prince. The first time, the 13th prince was saved by Jihyun of Silla. This time, the 8th prince came from the 8 Immortals County just by looking at his direction. Not only did he attack the 8 Immortals County, but he also attacked him. If he did not kill such a person, was he going to keep him alive? You're right, trash needs to be cleaned up. Yu Fanghua nodded and said, Ling Xiao, I find that you are becoming more and more to my liking. Did we really know each other in our previous life? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and increased his speed again. Sister Ruaxian, Moon Death, the two of you be careful. Fanghua and I will go first. If there is any danger ahead, I will help you deal with it. Seeing the 8th prince, Ling Xiao was very worried about the situation in the 8 Immortals County. Although he did not know what had happened, he was afraid that things had gone beyond his expectations. He did not know how Ling Yin was doing. His good brother definitely couldn't die. Outside the 8 Immortals County, Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin had already ordered people to capture Ling Yin. Although Ling Yin's current situation did not seem right, this person's explosive power was still very terrifying. Chun Kanglin did not want any accidents to happen. Everyone, this king saved you, right? After capturing Ling Yin, Chun Kanglin suddenly smiled and looked at the remaining nearly 900,000 death warriors. Seeing his smile, the death warriors' hearts could not help but tremble. This smile was too fake. It was like a smiling tiger. Yes, thank you Jihyun of Silla for saving our lives. A few leaders stood out from the death warriors. They were the most courageous people in the battle just now. Very good. Then this king will ask you to do something you won't object, right? Chun Kanglin continued. It's coming. Everyone was very worried. They had just come out of the wolf's den. Were they going to enter the tiger's mouth again? Chapter 2650. Your Highness, please tell us what you need. The Suicide Squad looked at Jihyun of Silla and Chun Kanglin with trepidation. Even though they knew that they had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth, there was nothing they could do. In the face of the powerful Jihyun of Silla, they were powerless. Previously, Ling Yin could inspire their fighting spirit, but now, Ling Yin was also captured. What could they do? They could only bow their heads and obey. Very good. Chun Kanglin nodded with satisfaction and said, You will guard outside the 8 Immortals City. When Ling Xiao comes back later, if he wants to force his way in, stop him. Otherwise, you've all seen what this king can do. What? Although they had thought of many possibilities, the Suicide Squad did not expect that His Highness Jihyun of Silla would want to deal with Ling Xiao, the new lord of the 8 Immortal City. Why was this happening? Was Ling Xiao so powerful that even Jihyun of Silla was afraid of him? Your Highness, there is something I don't understand. Could it be that the Lord has done something wrong? There was an old man in the Suicide Squad who had seen Ling Xiao deal with the henchmen of the Shadow Devil sect. His granddaughter was captured by the Shadow Devil sect and was rescued at that time. Therefore, he could not bear to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has offended me. Isn't that enough? Chun Kanglin's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Suddenly, he pointed his right index finger. A pitch-black bolt of lightning broke through the air and directly penetrated the old man's forehead. Listen up. Whoever dares to talk nonsense will end up like this old man. I am not begging you. This is an order. Chun Kanglin's overbearing ruthlessness was not inferior to Chen Songxiong's at all. However, he was more cunning and often did not take action himself. This time, if it weren't for Yu Fanghua making him lose his mind, he wouldn't have acted rashly. First, he crippled the 8th prince and then killed people here. When the Suicide Squad saw that the old man was killed, they were furious but did not dare to say anything. Jihyun of Silla was too powerful and they could not afford to provoke him. Well, don't be too afraid. If you are obedient, I will reward you after this matter is over. If you dare to go against my will, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chun Kanglin glanced coldly at these ants, turned around, crossed the void, and returned to the top of the city wall. The nearly 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were also hostages, and they were the first hostages. If Ling Xiao wanted to break into the 8 Immortals City, he would first have to kill all of them. He wanted to see if Ling would do that. What should we do? Are we really the Lord? He is a hero of Silla, Lord of Silla? What else can we do? You've all seen what King Zhixian is capable of. He didn't even blink when he killed. That's true. We're in a dilemma now. Alas, this is the fate of the people at the bottom. If we deal with the Lord, we will die. If we don't, we will still die. Hateful. I think Ling Yin is right. Anyway, we will die anyway. It is better to fight Jihyun of Silla. Fight? Can Ling Xiao be compared with Jihyun of Silla? It is better to be obedient. This is our fate. In the Suicide Squad, there was a lot of discussion. Obviously, their opinions were not unified. Some worshipped Ling Xiao and did not want to deal with Ling Xiao. Some were afraid of Jihyun of Silla and felt that they could only fight. Some were sad and desperate, knowing that no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape death. For pitiful people like them, the profound world was simply too cruel. Once again, it clearly showed what it meant to be the survival of the fittest and what it meant to respect martial prowess. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the distance. 5 figures appeared on the road leading to the 8 Immortal City. They are here. The Suicide Squad knew that Ling Xiao was back. Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglin also knew that Ling Xiao was back. Your Highness, Min-Er is back. Just a moment before Ling Xiao arrived at the 8 Immortal City, Hong Min-Er also arrived. At this moment, Hong Min-Er was wearing a red dress. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was a Dharma treasure. Moreover, it was a divine-grade spiritual artifact. Behind her, there was a red tail that was 4 to 5 meters long, exposed to the air. Min-Er, you. Qin Kanglin looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. Compared to before, Hong Min-Er's strength had increased significantly. Your Highness, there is a Tushan clan in Green Hill. My original name was Tushan Min-Er, and I came from outside the Black Tortoise mainland. My original form is a 9-tailed red fox. I was fated to meet your Highness in your previous life. In this life, I am here to continue our relationship. It is a pity that your Highness has never thought of me as a woman. Hong Min-Er explained her identity faintly. There was a tinge of sadness in her voice. There is a beast in Tushan of Green Hill. It looks like a fox with 9 tails and sounds like a baby. It can eat humans, but it is not a goo. You are the fox demon that eats humans, right? Disgust appeared on Qin Kanglin's face. He looked coldly at Tushan Min-Er and said, Do you think that as a prince of the Chen kingdom, I would associate myself with a fox demon like you? Don't joke about our previous life. A previous life is a previous life. I don't remember it anymore. Obviously, the previous life that Tushan Min-Er mentioned was not the previous life that she had reincarnated into, but the reincarnation. Therefore, her memory did not exist. Tushan Min-Er felt her heart ache. She had returned to her original form and told the truth only because she wanted to help Qin Kanglin fight Yu Fanghua to the death. She knew that Yu Fanghua was Qin Kanglin's greatest enemy. Only by stopping Yu Fanghua could Qin Kanglin complete his plan. Of course, she also had another idea, which was to prove that she was stronger than Yu Fanghua. In that case, perhaps Qin Kanglin would never forget her. Unfortunately, Qin Kanglin was indifferent to her. Min-Er, although I hate fox demons, you have been with me for a long time. If we don't talk about our previous lives, we can still fight together. A cunning look flashed across Qin Kanglin's eyes. Perhaps because he felt Tushan Min-Er's strength, he had some other plans in mind. It would be good to keep such a powerful fox demon by his side. If he really couldn't get Yu Fanghua, Tushan Min-Er would be a better substitute. Really, Your Highness? Tushan Min-Er looked at her lover in her previous life with infatuation. Although Qin Kanglin had lost his memories of his previous life, she still had them. She still remembered their old relationship and was absolutely unwilling to believe that Qin Kanglin would be heartless to her. Of course. Look over there. Ling Xiao and the others have arrived. You will follow my arrangements later. Qin Kanglin was very satisfied with Tushan Min-Er's performance. He sneered secretly. Although it was impossible for him to fall in love with a fox demon, it was still very good to use her as a sharp weapon. Qin Kanglin, what the hell are you doing? Ling Xiao's voice came from afar. His voice was so loud that the entire 8 Immortal City could hear it clearly. At the same time, somewhere in the dark underground. Chapter 26:51. When Hai Myung-ko heard the voice, she revealed a gratified smile and began to give orders. Everyone is imprisoned here. We must rescue them before His Majesty the Sky Emperor finishes his battle with Qin Kanglin. Yes. Move. Hundreds of figures quietly began their secret operation. Before leaving the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao had considered that if he fell out with Jihyun of Silla, there might be forces in the Eight Immortals city that would rebel. Therefore, he did not disclose the identity of Hai Myung-ko and the others, and he did not even tell his own people. This was an absolutely mysterious force, and they would become Jihyun of Silla's, Chun Kanglin's miscalculation. Ling Xiao, this king will not talk to you. Now, I only want to ask Fanghua one question. Are you willing to become this king's woman? Chun Kanglin did not care about anything else. He had made such a big fuss because he wanted Ling Xiao to submit and make Yu Fanghua his woman. He could see that Yu Fanghua cared a lot about Ling Xiao. As long as he could threaten Ling Xiao, he could threaten Yu Fanghua. Bulsh *T. She is my woman, Ling Xiao's woman, in this life. In the next life, she will be my woman for 10 lifetimes. Who do you think you are? Before Yu Fanghua could say anything, Ling Xiao had already started to scold her. To him, the Moon Maiden was the woman he had set his mind on. No one could take her away from him. However, to his surprise, Yu Fanghua did not refute his words. Instead, she remained silent. Could it be that she has recovered a part of her memory? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately rejected the idea. The possibility of her memory being restored through reincarnation was too small. Who cares? As long as Yu Fanghua did not refute it, it was fine. Your woman? How can you compare to this king? Your cultivation? Your family background? Or is it your bloodline? What a joke. You can't compare to this prince in any aspect, yet you shamelessly boast about possessing such a perfect woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Chun Kanglin sneered. He's not as good as you, but I like him. So what? Yu Fanghua suddenly spoke. This cold voice resounded throughout the entire space. The kamikaze army outside the Eight Immortals city heard it, and all the warriors in the city heard it. This is so embarrassing. Chun Kanglin from Jihyun of Silla actually lost to Ling Xiao in the competition for a woman? Yeah, it's too surprising. Ling Xiao is just a country bumpkin from Yuhua town. That woman actually chose him. Hee. I'm afraid this is the so-called true love people were discussing in private. Although their opinions might not be the same, most of them regarded Jihyun of Silla as a joke. This was really too embarrassing. Chun Kanglin was still fantasizing that he could move Yu Fanghua, but when he heard Yu Fanghua's words, he suddenly felt that he was really too naive. Trying to make her fall in love with him was simply an extremely stupid thing to do. He might as well force himself on her. Anyway, he was not a good person. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, then looked coldly at Yu Fanghua and said, "You like Ling Xiao? Then it's even easier. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. 1. Take the initiative to follow me, become my woman, and become the princess consort of the Qian kingdom. The other, follow me passively. However, in order to take revenge on you for not taking the initiative, I will let Ling Xiao die in front of you, so that you will feel guilty and regretful forever." Chun Kanglin completely tore off his mask of hypocrisy, becoming ferocious as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Since he could not conquer her with true feelings, he directly used violent means. In fact, Chun Kanglin had always been such a person, but he was more hypocritical than the 14th prince, Chun Zongxiang. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Chun Kanglin. His body had completely entered the purple lightning bull beast soul transformation. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky and roared around his body, as if venting his dissatisfaction and murderous intent. Hee, this prince knows that you are talented, and I have seen how you dealt with the Boyi family. So, do you think that this prince does not have a foolproof plan? Chun Kanglin sneered and said, "In front of you, there are nearly 900,000 warriors, which is basically 50% of the warriors in the Eight Immortals city. Do you have the guts to kill them? If you can't kill them, don't think of fighting with this prince. Oh, right, there are also those relatives and friends that you are worried about. I have locked them up very well. You don't believe me? Hee, I can't show you the others for the time being, but I can show you this guy." Ling Yin was lifted up by two giant sweats. At this time, he was very weak, and half of his body had grown golden feathers, which was very strange. However, because he was tied up by a special rope, he could no longer use his internal force, so the transformation stopped. But the weakness did not stop. "Ling Yin, my good brother." Seeing Ling Yin, Ling Xiao knew why Chen Kanglan rushed to the Eight Immortal City before him. This bastard actually wanted to use the Eight Immortal City to threaten him. Chen Kanglan, you dare to hurt my brother, I will definitely kill you, and you will die without a burial place. It was as if a terrifying demon had emerged from Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying lightning had turned completely blood-red. A powerful aura roared in the void. Ayaya, it's so scary, but so what? There are 900,000 warriors between you and him. Can you save him? Chen Kanglan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "You are brothers. Why don't you choose to compromise? As long as you are willing to commit suicide, then I will release him and all the people in the Eight Immortal City. How about it?" Ling Xiao, don't listen to him. This guy is hypocritical and cunning. Even if you die, he will not do that. Lin Ruoxian hurriedly said. Don't worry, I am not stupid. Ling Xiao nodded, but there was still a big problem in front of him. That was Ling Yin. If he did not agree to Chen Kanglan's request, Ling Yin would definitely die. Chen Kanglan would definitely not make irresponsible remarks and speak nonsense. If he wanted to kill someone, he would definitely kill and would not show mercy. As for those who were imprisoned in the Eight Immortal City, he was not worried. Those people would definitely be rescued, and his previous arrangements were not in vain. Boss, don't worry about me. I will not let this guy threaten you. Just as Ling Xiao was hesitating on what to do, Ling Yin suddenly let out a loud shout. His entire body released a terrifying black light that caused people to panic. Oh no, he is going to self-destruct. Tu Shanmin shouted. Self-destruct? Impossible. This guy's meridians have been sealed by me, and he can't even use his internal strength. How can he self-destruct? Chen Kanglan thought that he had a perfect plan, but he was indeed very cautious, and even considered the possibility of Ling Yin self-destructing. However, there was still an accident. Chen Kanglan, Dog Prince, die with me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2652. Ling Yin self-destructed. A terrifying light enveloped the entire city tower. Don't! Ling Xiao shouted as he leaped into the air and rushed toward the city tower. The 900,000 suicide troops didn't stop him. How could they react in time? Ling Xiao was too fast. He crossed thousands of meters in an instant and arrived near the city tower. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. Ling Xiao stood in midair in a daze. Scenes of him getting to know Ling Yin, becoming friends, and eventually becoming brothers flashed in his mind. Was he really going to die just like that? When the smoke finally dissipated, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and smashed into the city tower like a cannonball. Even if Ling Yin was really dead, he still had to collect Ling Yan's corpse. Even if the corpse was already in pieces, he couldn't let his good brother be buried in peace. He saw a golden egg. Using his Taiji eye, he saw that it contained Ling Yan's spirit aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He knew that even if he lost his physical body, there was a possibility of resurrection as long as his spirit was still alive. His master, the Yuan Venerate, was like that. However, a Yuan Venerate was a little too strong, so it was naturally very difficult to recover. The recovery of a divine scripture was much easier than that of a Yuan Venerate. It was probably the same for Ling Yin. He wasn't the only one who had discovered the golden egg. Chen Kanglan, who was covered in dirt from Ling Yan's self-destruction, had also discovered it. Although he wasn't injured, his arrogant and refined image had been completely destroyed. He was very angry. Destroy that egg for me, he ordered angrily. 7 or 8 martialists rushed forward in an attempt to destroy the golden egg. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao descended from the sky in the form of a huge purple lightning thunderbolt. He stood there like a terrifying lightning demon. Terrifying red lightning was released from his body. The 7 or 8 martialists were instantly sent flying by the red lightning and fell heavily below the city tower. Ling Xiao was now facing Chen Kanglan. He bent down to look at this person. Before this, he did not have the heart to kill Chen Kanglan. However, Chen Kanglan was already on his death list. Moreover, he was someone who was bound to die. No one could bully his brother like this. No, since he had done it, he had to pay the price, no matter if he was a prince or a king. Ling Xiao placed the golden egg into the mountain river world to protect it. Then, the huge demonic hand pointed at Chen Kanglin and said, I didn't intend to kill you, but what you did forced yourself into a dead end. Today, I will tell you what the price of forcing my brother to die and harming my territory is. That strong killing intent made even Ji-hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin tremble in fear for a moment. In fact, if Tushan Min had not risked her life to protect him, he would have been seriously injured by Ling Yan's self-explosion. This time, in the face of Ling Zhao's murderous intent, it was still Tushan Min who protected him. If it were another man, with such a good woman protecting him, he would at least be a little tempted. However, Chen Kanglin was not. In his eyes, Tushan Min was just a fox demon, which did not match his identity. He only regarded Tushan Min as a tool. The 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were looking forward to the battle. They did not know who would be the final winner of this battle. Of course, they hoped that Ling Xiao would win. Ji-hyun of Silla was not a good person. If he won, they did not know what would happen to them. Therefore, today, they could only harden their hearts and become counselors on Ling Zhao's pirate ship. In the 8 Immortals County, there were a large number of traitors who had surrendered to Ji-hyun of Silla on the city tower. Ling Xiao glanced at these people and said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Instead, you colluded with Chen Kanglin to kill me. If I don't die today, I will definitely take your lives. Panic began to spread among the crowd. These people had experienced Ling Zhao's means. They did not want to be targeted by Ling Xiao. What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao has nothing to be afraid of. Chun Changsheng, the former leader of the Tianfeng group, shouted, Don't forget, we have the powerful Ji-hyun of Silla behind us. Ling Xiao must die. Yes, no matter how talented Ling Xiao is, he can't be a match for Ji-hyun of Silla. Moreover, Ji-hyun of Silla has Tushan Min who is even more powerful and terrifying. As Chun Changsheng's voice sounded, the panic stopped. Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid that I will kill your family and friends in the 8 Immortals County? Chen Kanglin looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao knew that he had to buy time for Hai Myung-ko and the others to save people. Therefore, he wanted to delay as long as he could. Afraid? Ha 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 ha. I, Chen Kanglin, have never been afraid of anyone since I was born. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will also let Miss Fanghua see how a piece of trash like you can be defeated and trampled on by me. Chen Kanglin was, after all, a person with dignity. Moreover, because of Yu Fanghua, his intelligence was obviously not online. He was easily provoked by Ling Xiao and instantly fell for it. Min go and hold off Yu Fanghua. Don't hurt her. I will quickly get rid of this Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglin of Ji-hyun of Silla had seen Ling Xiao's battle, so he was absolutely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. His cultivation was not very strong, but he was at the peak of level 10 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. How could Ling Xiao, who was at the early stage of level 10 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm, compare with him? If he could kill the 8th prince in one move, he could also kill Ling Xiao in one move. Therefore, although he was not sure how long Tushan Min could hold off Yu Fanghua, he was sure that he could definitely kill Ling Xiao in a short time. That was enough. Fanghua, that woman, please. Tushan Min was too strong. Ling Xiao knew that he could not defeat her. However, facing Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao was fearless. Although there was a large gap between their cultivation, they were both at level 10 of Hell. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Ling Xiao did not dare to say that he would definitely win, and Chen Kanglin did not dare to say the same. No problem. Do you want to kill her? Yu Fanghua asked. No need. She is a pitiful woman. Just hold her off. But if she wants to hurt you, don't show mercy. I don't want you to get hurt, understand? Ling Xiao said. I understand. Yu Fanghua nodded. He did not want her to get hurt. Since her parents died, she had not heard such caring words for a long time. In fact, Ling Xiao was not worried about Yu Fanghua at all. Ling Xiao had seen Yu Fanghua's strength with his own eyes. She could easily kill Bo Yichin's younger brother. Her strength was absolutely formidable. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to kill Chen Kanglin. Chapter 26:53. The two women had already started fighting. However, the battle was not as intense as expected. Both men's request was to stall the other. In addition, they were both concerned about the men they liked. Hence, this battle was a waste of time. At least, that was what it looked like now. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Chun Kanglin's auras were rising rapidly. Chun Kanglin's aura was at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. His terrifying aura clearly had the upper hand. Although Ling Xiao's aura was strong, it was at most at the late stage of the 10th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. His cultivation was only at the early stage, but his aura was at the late stage. This meant that his inner strength was much stronger than others. Although he was stronger than Ling Xiao, Chun Kanglin was still unhappy. Once upon a time, he had met Ling Xiao for the first time in the 8 Immortal City. At that time, Ling Xiao was a genius, but in terms of strength, he was just an ant that Chen Kanglin disdained to deal with. He believed that he could stomp this guy to death with a casual step. However, in just a month, Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased to such a level. He had reached a level where he could confront Chen Kanglin. This made Chen Kanglin very unhappy, but also somewhat fearful. He began to regret his decision back then. He should have killed Ling Xiao a long time ago instead of thinking about using him. It was impossible for such a person to be used by others. Suddenly, he felt somewhat fortunate that this battle between them had come early. At the very least, he still had the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. If he gave this guy more time, he would not be able to fight with him anymore. What a terrifying monster. I have to admit that you are really too strong. Your talent even surpasses my 14th brother, Chan Sangxiang. If you were willing to be loyal to me, we could rule the Chen kingdom together. But now, it's a pity that I won't let you live. Chun Kanglin said coldly, I don't care about this small Chen kingdom. You were fighting for your throne, and I was living my life. Although we could not be friends, we might not be enemies. Unfortunately, not only did you covet my woman, you even killed my good brother. Today, it's not you who wants me dead, but me who wants you dead. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. The male and female 8 immortal swords appeared in his hands at the same time. He took a deep breath, and his figure flashed as he charged towards Chen Kanglin. After all, they were still in the Chun nation's territory. If they could not end this battle quickly and Thunder's reinforcements arrived, things would not be good. I didn't expect you to have 2 divine-grade spiritual weapons. But do you think having more weapons is enough? This sword of mine is enough to deal with you. Chun Kanglin also used a sword. His sword was actually a very strange-looking sword of lightning. The entire body of the sword was like a bolt of lightning, and it had a strange black color. From the body of the sword, there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. When it comes to swords, you are not as good as me. When it comes to lightning, you are also not as good as me. What makes you think you can win against me? Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla stood proudly with the black lightning devil sword in his hand. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, like an arrogant demon god. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was merely the weakest challenger he had encountered. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death stood there. They couldn't do anything but pray for Ling Xiao secretly. Sister Ruoxian, we can't help at all. I can't accept this. Moon Death bit her lips. Lin Ruoxian could clearly feel her unwillingness. Me too. Prepare your Dharma treasures. If Ling Xiao is really in danger, we have to protect him even if we have to risk our lives. Lin Ruoxian said. Their worries were not unfounded. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as good as Chun Kanglin's. His weapon was only on par with Chun Kanglin's. So what should he rely on to win? Martial skills? The problem was that Chun Kanglin was the prince of Chun country. How could his martial skills be weak? You must be very unwilling. Maybe you don't want to fight me so soon, but you have to fight me. Chun Kanglin continued to increase his aura while looking coldly at Ling Xiao and mocking him. He didn't intend to underestimate his opponent, but he also didn't want to overestimate Ling Xiao. Looking at the current situation, the possibility of him losing to Ling Xiao was very small. Trash, come and fight me. I'll let you see the combat power of the royal family. You'll regret it. Chun Kanglin was finally ready to attack. He raised the black lightning devil sword in his hand and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Whether you're trash or not, we'll know after the fight. Take this. Shadow martial arts, ghost dragon slaying, Ghost Emperor Battle. Dual swords, dual techniques. Ling Xiao used dual swords from the beginning because he knew that Qin Kanglin was stronger than him. He had to take this seriously. When the moves were displayed, the Ghost Dragon roared and the Ghost Emperor roared. The entire space seemed to have become gloomy. The terrifying sword chi reached Qin Kanglin almost at the same time, tearing his body apart. It could be said that besides the immortal grade martial arts, these were the two most powerful moves that Ling Xiao could display at the moment. Moreover, these two moves used dual swords to increase their power, making them even more powerful. For a moment, the towers around Qin Kanglin began to shake. However, Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla just smiled coldly, and a black lightning flashed behind him. He stabbed out with his sword. Black lightning strike, wind, and cloud destruction. The black lightning shadow roared out like a black dragon and directly shattered the Ghost Dragon sword chi. Then it continued to move forward crazily and destroyed the Ghost Emperor sword chi. At this point, the black lightning was still attacking Ling Xiao crazily, as if it wasn't going to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. Bang! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's two swords slashed across the air, and a shield flashing with lightning appeared in front of him. Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield. Fire Mastery. The defensive power of the first heaven of immortal grade martial arts Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield was not just for show. Even if Qin Kanglin was very powerful, he was still easily blocked by this move. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. This Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's combat power was stronger than his, and his intelligence was not inferior to his. In the battle, he had almost no advantage to speak of. This was truly a difficult battle. Of course, being able to block Qin Kanglin's attack was his, Ling Xiao's, strong point. And until now, he hadn't really released his full combat power. When he fully released it, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to do that. An opponent like Qin Kanglin would help him break through in his cultivation. Now, this kind of battle was very satisfying. He could feel that after the black lightning struck the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield, the potential in his body began to become active. This is the power of the royal family? I think it's just so. If this is all you have, don't think about going back alive today. Chapter 2654. In the beginning, Ling Xiao could not fully assess Qin Kanglin's combat strength. However, after the battle began, he gradually understood this person's true strength as he observed with the Tai Chi eye. Qin Kanglin was indeed stronger than him, but it did not mean that he could not fight him. Shameless boasting. You were just lucky to obtain the lightning shield. However, this is an immortal grade first heaven martial art. I want to see how long you can maintain it with that bit of inner strength. Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In terms of inner strength, I'm 10 times stronger than you. Ling Xiao sneered and said, You think you can covet other people's women just because you're the Chen Kingdom's prince? You think you can look down on others? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're just a fart. You're just a prince from a tiny place. Do you really think you're that important? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed if word gets out? How dare you insult the Chen Kingdom's royal family? You're nothing compared to me. In terms of status and strength, you're inferior to me in every aspect. Why can you have Yufenghua but I can't? I'm not convinced. I must get what I want, even if I have to resort to unscrupulous means. As they fought, they mocked each other. The two of them fought from the city tower to the sky, and from the sky back to the city tower. Every time they fought, Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's expression became more and more unsightly. This was because he realized that Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of weakening during their exchange. Instead, it seemed like he was getting stronger with every exchange. At first, he thought that he was hallucinating. However, after a long time, he realized that this was definitely not a hallucination. This was the real situation. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level of hell. However, he was able to display combat strength that was not much weaker than his. He was much stronger than his younger brother, the 8th prince. Why? Why was this so? He wanted to understand, but Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Sword after sword clashed. Although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage every time and looked like he was about to lose, Ling Xiao was still in a daze. But every time, at the most critical moment, he was able to turn the tide and salvage the situation. This guy, not only is his combat strength not much weaker than mine, even his intelligence is not inferior to mine. Even his combat skills are far superior to mine. This Ling Xiao, what did he do in his previous life? The more he fought, the more frightened Qin Kanglin became. His attacks became more ferocious because he knew that Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Absolutely not. Ling Xiao, Jihyun of Silla, and Qin Kanglin were fighting on the gate tower of the city of the 8 Immortals. The group of martial artists carrying the 8th prince's corpse had also already arrived at the warlord mansion. Seeing the 8th prince's body, the 14th prince's eyes shot out a vicious look. Who did it? Chun Sangxiong asked. Originally, it was Jihyun of Silla who did it. He crippled the 8th prince. But on the way back, we met a group of 5 people. The 8th prince was caught off guard and was killed by them. By the way, among the 5 people, there was a woman wearing a bamboo hat. The martial artist knelt on the ground and answered in horror. A woman wearing a bamboo hat? Chun Sangxiong frowned. Bo Yi, who was standing at the side, suddenly sneered. No need to ask, it's Ling Xiao. We finally found traces of this guy. He actually returned to the city of the 8 Immortals. Your Highness, please allow this old man to go to the city of the 8 Immortals to kill this guy. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Ling Xiao killed his daughter and brother. He must skin this person alive, otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Allow it, Chun Sangxiong said coldly. If there is a chance, kill my second brother. Hearing this, Bo Yi could not help but shudder, but finally nodded and said, This subordinate obeys. Go. I believe that with your strength, no one in the small city of the 8 Immortals can stop you. But to ensure the completion of the mission, I will assign you a team of elite Eagle Army. All of them are martial artists of the 9th level of Hell. A total of 100 people, if possible, take down the city of the 8 Immortals. Chun Sangxiong did not plan to go to the city of the 8 Immortals because he did not want to be enemies with Qin Kanglin. After all, they were brothers. If the king mentioned it, it would be troublesome. Secondly, it was disdain. Bo Yi alone could easily take down the city of the 8 Immortals. Why should he get involved in this matter? The battle in the city of the 8 Immortals continued. Qin Kanglin knew that he must use his killer move, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat Ling Xiao. Your strongest martial skill is the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard that you obtained from the Ox God Maze. Unfortunately, that is a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. With your current cultivation, it is impossible to cultivate it successfully. By the way, let me tell you something interesting. In the past, the Heavenly Thunder family of Thunder City had a martial skill that was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, called Heavenly Thunder Clone. Although the Heavenly Thunder Clone is weak, because it is only a first Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, it is easier to cultivate. And I have already cultivated it to the great completion stage. While speaking, Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's body emitted pitch-black lightning. Then, 100 clones that were completely made up of black lightning appeared around him. They looked exactly the same as Jihyun of Silla, but the aura on their bodies was obviously much weaker, about 30% of Jihyun of Silla's strength. However, the problem was that there were many of them, and they were formed by black lightning. Once they swarmed up, it was not easy to deal with them. There were more than 1 or 2 examples of ants biting an elephant to death. 100 Heavenly Thunder clones almost filled the city tower, completely surrounding Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, now you know fear, you have no chance to fight with me. The reason why I did not forcibly take the Lightning Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard from you was that I have a more suitable martial skill than you. Go to hell, trash. Qin Kanglin laughed crazily. The Dare to Die army in the distance revealed looks of worry and fear. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had already taken out their magic weapons, wanting to help. However, the 100 Heavenly Thunder clones had completely surrounded Ling Xiao. It was impossible for them to help even if they wanted to. Qin Changsheng and the other traitors sneered. They were looking forward to Ling Xiao's death. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could they make fun of the humiliation they had suffered. The Heavenly Thunder clone turned into a black devil and pounced on Ling Xiao. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, because he had never heard of a first transformation in Young Realm martial artist who was at level 10 of Hell being able to cultivate a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. If it was impossible for him, how could Ling Xiao do it? However, a mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Do you think that I can't cultivate something that a piece of trash like you can't cultivate? I'll show you how laughable your clones are in front of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Release, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Great success. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Chapter 26:55. Although the number of Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could not be compared to Chen Kanglin's doppelgangers, the 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards possessed 70% of Ling Xiao's strength. It was like a confrontation between a giant elephant and a rabbit. When he was in the Royal Mystery Realm, Ling Xiao tried to cultivate it. Later, after integrating the life essence, it was upgraded to the Profound Realm. It was one of his secret weapons. Because it was a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, he could suppress Chen Kanglin in terms of martial skill. In this way, even if he did not break through in the battle, he would not be defeated. This was one of the reasons why he dared to challenge Chen Kanglin one-on-one. No matter how many there are, trash is trash. You think I can't cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, but I will show you. Are you surprised? Looking at Chen Kanglin's shocked expression, Ling Xiao sneered and waved his hand. The 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushed out and killed the hundreds of Heavenly Thunder doppelgangers. Previously, the 8th Prince only brought 1,000 experts, but they could crush the millions of Daredevil army. Now, Ling Xiao's 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could also crush the 100 Heavenly Thunder doppelgangers. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushing towards them, Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Scylla's face turned pale. This was something that he had never expected. Ling Xiao was actually able to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard that no one else could. One should know that even a martial artist at the first transformation level 11 Hell could not cultivate a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. Even if it was a first Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, it required a very talented genius to cultivate. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? He boasted in front of everyone in the 8 Immortal City that he would humiliate Ling Xiao. However, now, not only was he unable to defeat Ling Xiao, but he was also being pressured by Ling Xiao. This made him lose face as a member of the royal family. Damn you, Ling Xiao. Since the day I was born, I have been a prodigy. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Even my extremely talented 14th brother wouldn't dare to face me head-on. How dare you do this? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Jihyun of Scylla, Chen Kanglin's hair was disheveled and he looked like a lunatic. Facing Ling Xiao's 4 Heavenly Thunder Guards, he could only control 100 Heavenly Thunder clones to fight. However, as soon as they came into contact, the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger was easily destroyed. Ling Xiao's Heavenly Thunder Guards were too special. Not only were their martial skills of a higher level, but they had also integrated the power of Ling Xiao's top Thunderbolt battle body. As a result, his battle prowess was even more powerful. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were even more valiant when they heard the war song in the sky all of a sudden. On the other hand, the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger had become much weaker. In terms of omnipotence, there was probably no one in the world who could compare with Ling Xiao. In an instant, the situation of the battle was reversed. Ling Xiao began to gain the upper hand. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were originally worried, were extremely shocked. They thought that after Jihyun of Scylla used the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger, Ling Xiao's life would be in danger, so they wanted to help. But now it seemed that there was no need at all. The nearly 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were even more shocked. Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Scylla had previously crippled the 8th Prince with one palm. They had almost regarded Chen Kanglin as a godlike existence. They did not dare to resist at all. But now, this godlike existence was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Yu Fanghua was fighting with Tushan Min while looking over. A smile appeared on his face, which was covered by the bamboo hat. She was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao could always surprise people. If this was her lover in her previous life, then she hoped that they could really be together in this life. However, she suddenly became sad again. After all, she was from the Palace of Eternal Life. Could Ling Xiao be recognized by the Palace of Eternal Life? The Palace of Eternal Life was not Qin Kanglan, nor was it the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. It was truly a top existence in the Black Tortoise continent. She had just fallen in love with someone. Couldn't they be together? Just as Yu Fenghua was feeling confused, the heavenly thunder doppelganger was exploding one by one. Terrifying lightning kept flashing around. Many people could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. No, I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. In the roar, Ji-Hyun of Silla actually burst out with an even more powerful force. His heavenly thunder doppelganger was suddenly promoted at this moment. It had reached the great perfection. The original 100 heavenly thunder doppelganger instantly increased to 1,000. If there were only 100 of them, they would not be a threat to the heavenly thunder guards. But if there were 1,000 of them, the situation would be different. Enough ants could kill an elephant. When there were enough of them, even the weak ones would be very terrifying. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're dead. I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my heavenly thunder doppelganger would not have broken through. The counterattack began. The heavenly thunder doppelganger, under the control of Ji-Hyun of Silla, pounced on the 4 heavenly thunder guards like ants. Even though the heavenly thunder guards were very strong, they were still outnumbered. After one was destroyed, the second one was destroyed. The fewer the number, the higher the chance of being destroyed. Although they had killed many heavenly thunder doppelganger before they were destroyed, but it was still an irreversible defeat. Finally, the 4 heavenly thunder guards were all destroyed. And Ji-Hyun of Silla Chun Kanglan's heavenly thunder doppelganger also lost nearly 500. But there were still 500 left, which could still pose a huge threat to Ling Xiao. All 500 heavenly thunder doppelganger rushed toward Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that this time, Ling Xiao was really finished. Without the heavenly thunder guards, what could Ling Xiao use to fight with Ji-Hyun of Silla Chun Kanglan? However, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest fear. He just looked at his opponent indifferently. Do you think you can kill me with these heavenly thunder doppelganger? He took a deep breath, and the huge purple lightning thunder bull avatar stomped on the ground. At that moment, the whole tower began to shake. Purple lightning thunder bull, earthquake. This kind of large-scale skill made those heavenly thunder doppelganger unable to maintain their posture at all. Suddenly, they were all in a mess. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the face of Qin Kanglan, some things must be exposed, or must be exposed. The star-swallowing titanic beast Taoya's figure appeared, and then it opened its huge mouth and sucked in the 500 heavenly thunder doppelganger. You are really crazy. You dare to swallow my black thunder. You are simply courting death. Chun Kanglan of Ji-Hyun of Silla Chun Kanglan did not panic at all. He was the only one who knew how terrifying his black lightning was. Whoever dared to swallow it was definitely courting death. Is that so? That may not be so. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit could integrate everything. So what if it was a black thunder? The situation that Chun Kanglan imagined did not happen. Instead, the aura in Ling Xiao's body was rapidly rising. He was already about to break through. Now that he had absorbed the power of these 500 heavenly thunder doppelganger, the obstacle to breaking through completely disappeared. Chapter 2656. With a loud bang, Ling Xiao's aura increased tenfold. His cultivation also broke through from the early stage of level 10 of Hell to the middle stage of level 10 of Hell. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was a great improvement for Ling Xiao. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Qin Kanglan. This battle could finally come to an end. You just thanked me for leveling up your Sky Thunder avatar. I also want to thank you. If not for your Sky Thunder avatars leveling up and releasing so many avatars, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through my cultivation. Ling Xiao's words were full of sarcasm. At this moment, Chun Kanglan had no advantage in front of him. He was fearless. Come on, I won't play any tricks. I'm going to crush you with my strength. Otherwise, you won't be convinced after you lose. Ling Xiao sneered. The male and female 8 immortal swords in his hands began to gather a terrifying light. He was going to use his most powerful sword technique. You? You just broke through to the middle stage of level 10 of hell, and you want to kill me? You're daydreaming. You haven't seen anything more terrifying yet. Black Thunder, listen to me, Thunder Demon Avatar. The Black Thunder merged into Chun Kanglin's body of Jihyun of Silla. At that moment, Chun Kanglin's body completely elementalized. He turned into a demon made of thunder and lightning. His body grew bigger, and his aura became more powerful. A few of his subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the scattered Black Thunder and died on the spot. You think you can defeat me just because you've broken through your cultivation? That's just your illusion. I've acknowledged your strength. Now, I'll use my strongest attack to send you to the afterlife. Although King Jixian, Chen Kanglin, transformed into a Thunder Devil, his combat power was still incomparable to a Yin-Yang realm expert at the 11th level of Hell. He was definitely much stronger than an ordinary expert at the peak of the 10th level of Hell. Is that so? Then let's try. Facing Lightning Devil Chun Kanglin, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Having just made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he really wanted to have such a strong opponent to be his touchstone. Behind him, the pitch-black universe descended. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit had arrived. This was his martial soul and the strongest martial soul in the profound world. Facing the powerful Jihyun of Silla, he did not intend to hold back. You're not the only one with a martial spirit. I have one too. As Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the power of the 8 immortal swords in his hands became even more vigorous. At that moment, Lightning Devil Chen Kanglin actually felt fear in his heart. This was intolerable to him. He could only roar and charge over. Thunder Devil's Wrath, Black Lightning 9 Swords. The terrifying Black Thunder demonic sword released 9 consecutive beams of sword light, which fell like a black thunder tribulation and blasted towards Ling Xiao. There were no tricks or tricks. It was truly a clash of the extremes of strength. You're really sad that you can't see the difference in strength. However, I admit that you're strong. It's a pity that you've become my enemy. You killed my brother, so you must die. Shadow Martial Arts, Immortal Grade 1st Heaven Martial Skill, Shadow Sword Demon, Proficient in Fire Control. After using this move many times to kill his enemies, Ling Xiao's mastery of this move had increased. At the same time, the power naturally became more powerful. Coupled with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, this Shadow Sword Demon was simply unbelievably powerful. In the boundless pitch-black universe, a black long sword stretched out. Then, a demon stepped out from the void and merged with Ling Xiao's sword light, charging towards Lightning Devil Chen Kanglin. Ling Xiao had been hiding this move because it was currently his strongest move. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful move. It was also the so-called killer move. Since it was a killer move, it must be used at the most critical moment so that the enemy would not be able to guard against it. It was obvious that Chun Kanglin was very surprised. At that moment, he seemed to see Ling Xiao's sword shadows everywhere. Terrifying demonic creatures roared in the boundless void. What the onlookers saw was a huge, illusory black shadow, emitting a terrifying aura that made them unable to breathe as it charged towards Chun Kanglin. Chun Kanglin knew that he could not resist this move. He wanted to escape. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not even have the chance to escape. Between heaven and earth, it was as though Ling Xiao's sword aura was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. The only thing he could do was to fight to the end. Stop, Ling Xiao. Don't you think about your friends and family? If you dare to hurt me, they're dead. At the critical moment, Chun Kanglin roared. This was his last trump card. Since he could not be compared to Ling Xiao in terms of strength, he would use the hostage to threaten Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not attack. He believed that Ling Xiao's move would consume a terrifying amount of inner strength. If he failed, the advantage would shift to his side. Idiot, are you talking about them? As Ling Xiao attacked, he looked at the empty space below the city tower. Jihyun of Silla, Chun Kanglin looked back in shock, only to find that all the people he had imprisoned were standing there. Those who belonged to him had all been killed. Their bodies were thrown on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and regret. No, this is impossible. How did you do it? Chen Kanglin thought that he was more intelligent than others, but in the confrontation with Ling Xiao, he had been defeated repeatedly. Today was the worst day he had ever experienced. This defeat would cost him his life. Are you confused? Remember one thing when you go to the underworld. Don't underestimate anyone. Your enemy is not a fool. Do you know why Chen Songxiong did not kill you? It's not because you can really compete with him. It's because he needs an opponent like you to divert others' attention. You want to ask me how I know? Of course, he told me. Of course, Ling Xiao was just talking nonsense. He wanted Chen Kanglin to die in endless regret. Only then could he dispel the hatred in his heart. However, this casual speculation startled an ordinary-looking cultivator in the crowd. This was because he was a spy sent to the 8 Immortal City by the 14th Prince. He was also one of the 14th Prince's most trusted subordinates. The 14th Prince had once said such a thing casually. Of course, he knew. In the eyes of the 14th Prince, Chen Songxiang, this second Prince Chen Kanglin was not worth mentioning at all. No matter how smart he was, in the face of absolute strength, it was rubbish. Moreover, Chen Songxiang was not stupid. Die in pain. Ling Xiao's sword finally touched Chen Kanglin's Thunder Demon incarnation. At that moment, Tushan Min-er, who was fighting with Yu Fenghua, became anxious. She rushed over frantically, trying to stop Ling Xiao from killing Chen Kanglin. However, with Yu Fenghua around, how could she succeed? Chapter 26:57. Ling Xiao had told her not to hurt Tushan Min-er, and Yu Fenghua did as she was told. After all, she was just a pitiful woman. In this moment of delay, Ling Xiao's sword chi destroyed Chen Kanglin's Thunder Demon incarnation. At that moment, Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's body was covered in terrifying wounds caused by the sword chi. Blood sprayed all over the ground, and his internal organs were minced. If not for the fact that he was a rank 1 Yinyang Realm level 10 Hell Cultivator, he would have died by now. After putting away the 8 immortal swords, Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kanglin coldly. He had to admit that this person was indeed a formidable person, but because of Yu Fenghua, he did something stupid, and this stupid thing became the fuse that led to his death. At this moment, Chen Kanglin's eyes were filled with regret, disbelief, annoyance, despair, and other complex emotions. At the last moment of his life, he realized how stupid he had been. I, Ling Xiao, would never casually provoke anyone, but it's best if others don't provoke me either. I'm a cruel person. If anyone wants to kill me, not only will I not let them succeed, but I'll also kill them. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who arranged for Emperor to attack me? Do you think I don't know that you were the one who ordered those 6 good-for-nothings to kill me? I didn't say it because I'm not as good as you, so I had to endure it. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Now, the time has come. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla suddenly understood. Outsiders thought that Ling Xiao was an arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant idiot. But in reality, this person's mind was so calm that it was terrifying. He knew something, but he never mentioned it, not even to his closest friends. Until he had the power to take revenge, he killed his enemies with lightning speed. What a terrifying person. This kind of person was arrogant when he should be, and patient when he should be patient. He was actually the most difficult person to deal with. I'm not satisfied. Chen Kanglin was unwilling to give up. He could have treated Ling Xiao with respect, but he chose to deal with Ling Xiao. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. In the end, he was defeated in this small 8 Immortals county. He was really unwilling to accept this. Your Highness. Just then, Tushan Min-er suddenly revealed her fox form. She broke free from the ice that trapped her and pounced on Chen Kanglin. She hugged Chen Kanglin in her arms, then glared at Ling Xiao with hatred, turned around and ran away. Should we give chase? Yu Fenghua asked. There's no need. The enemies I've defeated before, no matter what methods they use, can't defeat me again. Moreover, it was impossible for Chen Kanglin to be revived. As for that Tushan Min-er, Fenghua, you can't kill her, can you? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "That's true. The fox spirits of Qingqiu Tushan all have their own escape techniques." Yu Fenghua nodded honestly. "I can defeat her, but it won't be easy to kill her." The two of them were having a relaxed discussion. However, the others who'd witnessed the battle weren't as calm as they were. Ling Xiao had killed Chen Kanglin of Jihun of Silla, and the woman next to him could easily suppress that powerful fox spirit. What had this person encountered outside? What had he obtained? How had he become so strong? Ling Xiao didn't care about their shock. Although Chen Kanglin of Jihun of Silla's body had been taken away, Ling Xiao had taken his storage ring. The prince's storage ring was truly a pleasant surprise. Not only was it much larger than Ling Xiao's storage ring, but it was also much more durable. Of course, more importantly, there were a lot of good things inside. Apart from the Black Lightning Devil Sword, which was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, there was a cultivation manual for Lightning Clone. There were also 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. After reaching the first revolution 10 levels of hell, each small breakthrough would consume at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and that was for ordinary martial artists. If it was Ling Xiao, it would consume 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. In order to break through, he'd used up all his mid-grade spiritual stones until he was left with only 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. It was only enough for 2 breakthroughs. Now that he'd obtained 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, he could maintain it for a while longer. Ling Xiao didn't feel happy about obtaining these things. He was actually most worried about Ling Yin. In order not to cause trouble for him, his good friend had chosen to self-destruct, leaving only a golden egg behind. He left the outside matters to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He went to the underground palace that he'd built in secret and began to study the golden egg. Yu Fenghua stayed by his side. Ling Xiao was very grateful that the woman he loved could still be by his side when he was sad. This feeling was really good. Ling Yan's physical body has been destroyed, but I don't know what kind of special martial arts he cultivated that allowed him to seal his soul into this golden egg. Master, do you think I can help him reconstruct his physical body? Ling Xiao summoned his Yuan Venerate in front of Yu Fenghua. He didn't have any intention of avoiding Yu Fenghua, as she was the woman he loved. There was nothing to hide. His casual approach, however, made Yu Fenghua extremely touched in her heart. Ling Xiao trusted her so much, which meant that he was sincere to her. How could she not be moved? Of course, she was also very shocked. The secrets on Ling Xiao's body really came one after another, too much for the eyes to take in. Although this Yuan Venerate was only in spirit form, one thing was certain. He had definitely been an exceptional powerhouse in the past. Of course, but he has to have a matching physical body. It can't be ordinary. Otherwise, it will affect his future cultivation. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know. Actually, I've already thought about it before I came here. What do you think of my external clone, Master? Ling Xiao asked. Are you for real? Although your external clone is definitely fine, it wasn't easy for you to condense it. Do you really intend to give it up so easily? The Yuan Venerate asked. Why can't I give it up? An external clone can be condensed again, but a good brother is very difficult to obtain. To me, Ling Yin is more important than my external clone. After all, an external clone was just a puppet without thoughts. Compared to a good brother, Ling Xiao would naturally choose the latter. In that case, Master won't say much. Do as you wish. If you need any help, feel free to let me know. Master will definitely help you. The Yuan Venerate was very pleased. He felt that he hadn't misjudged Luo Yunyang. If Ling Xiao was willing to give up his external clone for his good brother, then he would definitely be able to help him reconstruct his physical body. He was waiting for that day to come. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reconstruct Ling Yan's physical body, a terrifying hostility came from outside. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw that Bo Yechen was rushing over with a group of eagle troops. Chapter 2658. Don't be distracted. I'll help you deal with them. Yu Fenghua stood up and walked outside. Be careful. Okay. The conversation between the two was very simple, but it was filled with a deep warmth. After Yu Fenghua left, Ling Xiao began to reconstruct Ling Yan's body. With his avatar, the process would be very simple. The only thing Ling Xiao had to do was focus. About half an hour later, the golden egg had merged perfectly with Ling Xiao's avatar. As for his external incarnation, it had also undergone a transformation. It turned into a golden crow with golden feathers all over its body. In the dim underground palace, it was particularly eye-catching. Not only that, but Ling Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was even higher than Ling Xiao's. What's going on? Did you fail somewhere? Why can't you turn back into a human? Ling Xiao was a little anxious. In the process of reconstructing the body, he did want Ling Yin to return to his original appearance. Who would have thought that he would turn into a golden crow? It's not your fault, boss. I cultivated that strange martial art. I'm afraid I can only return to my human form after this reincarnation. Ling Yin smiled bitterly. I'm already very satisfied to be alive. But Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and sigh. His good brother had actually turned into a golden crow. This was something that he had never expected. However, this golden crow had a body that was even more terrifying than a human's. It was at the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Its combat strength was even comparable to the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was too powerful. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that Ling Yin had all the abilities that his avatar had. It could devour heat and increase its strength. It was much faster than pure cultivation. The terrifying light released by the 9 Serenity's Yellow Springs Golden Crow was still there. Forget it, that's fine too. This way, no one will know you're a descendant of the Thunder City's Ling clan. After this reincarnation cycle ends, the state of Chun will cease to exist. You don't have to worry about anyone knowing your identity. With no other choice, Ling Xiao could only accept Ling Yan's current appearance. But aren't you a little too big? When it spread out its wings, it was at least 7 to 8 meters long. When its huge body flew in the air, it would definitely cover the sky and cover the sun. That's not a problem, boss. Ling Yin smiled, and with a thought, his body automatically shrank, turning into a palm-sized bird. Although it was still golden, it was no longer as eye-catching. This is good, this is good. Ling Xiao was afraid that Ling Yin was too eye-catching and would arouse suspicion. In that case, he could hide anywhere. Ling Yin, why don't I give you a nickname in the future? Let's call you Xiao Jin. Since you've decided to hide your identity, you don't have to use your original name for the time being. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, Boss, you're not really treating me as a pet, are you? Ling Yin smiled bitterly. No matter what you become, you'll still be my good brother. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Your boss's woman is still fighting outside. I have to go out and check the situation. Ling Xiao smiled and took Xiao Jin out of the underground palace, heading straight for the city tower. Outside, the battle had already begun. Bo Yixin and Yu Fanghua were fighting in the sky. The Eagle Army continued to attack the city tower. Fortunately, the 8 Immortals County City had a very good defensive array formation. The secret spell cannons released blasted the Eagle Army until they could not get close. Otherwise, the city would not have been able to hold on. Looking at the battle in the sky, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. If not for Yu Fanghua, he could only run for his life today. Bo Yixin was not Jihyun of Silla, Chung Kanglin. He was an expert of the Yin-Yang realm, level 11 of Hell. He was not an existence that Ling Xiao could fight against. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it would be useless. At most, he could only run for his life. But now, Bo Yixin should not be able to do anything to Yu Fanghua. From the situation of the battle between the two of them, Yu Fanghua still seemed to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. As for that Bo Yichun, he was clearly going all out and risking his life. Since that was the case, he did not need to worry about Bo Yixin. He only needed to focus on the Eagle Army. You want to attack my territory, right? Then I'll make sure you don't return. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill the 8th prince? Don't you know that this is a capital offense? Seeing Ling Xiao appear on the city tower, the centurion of the Eagle Army reprimanded loudly. 8th prince? Oh, you mean the trash that was crippled by Chen Kanglin? That's right, I killed him. Not only did I kill him, but I also killed Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. So what? What can you do to me? This kind of thing could not be hidden. He believed that there must be other spies in the Eight Immortal City. The news of him killing Chen Kanglan would soon spread to the Thunder City. Rather than letting others criticize him, it was better to admit it himself. Anyway, he was at odds with the royal family. The situation would not be too bad. Impossible. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the Eagle Army did not believe it at all. Although they were competitors with Jihyun of Silla, they were well aware of Jihyun of Silla's strength. How could he be killed by Ling Zhao, who was as weak as an ant? Hee, believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Now that you've stepped into my territory, get out within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Although he had saved Ling Yin, he was not in human form. Ling Zhao was actually a little unhappy in his heart. Since these people had come looking for trouble, he might as well vent his anger on them. All the land under the heavens belongs to the royal family. The entire Qin country belongs to the royal family. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that the Eight Immortal City is yours? The centurion of the Eagle Army rebuked angrily. This centurion was obviously much stronger than the one he had met in the valley. His cultivation should be at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level of hell. His cultivation was similar to the 8th prince's, second only to Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. Of course, he would be much older in terms of age. Hee, I only know that no one can touch the place that I, Ling Zhao, occupy. Ling Zhao chuckled. At this moment, Bo Yechen was getting more and more frightened. Others might not believe that Ling Zhao had killed Jihyun of Silla, but he believed it, because Ling Zhao had no reason to lie at this moment. At this moment, he was really shocked. Back when Ling Zhao went to the Arcana Academy, he did not even bother to look at this guy who was only at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm's 8th level of hell. Because of this, when he sent people to capture Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he did not expect that Ling Zhao would dare to take revenge. He did not expect that after coming out of the extreme royal secret realm, this kid had done several things that shocked the entire Qin country. Ling Zhao had done what the dragon cult had failed to do. The dragon cult had always wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Qin country. However, some people hid in the Thunder City and did not go out. They could not do anything. Chapter 2659. Ling Zhao did what the dragon cult wanted to do but could not. First, he killed Bo Yi Ruri, then Gu Feng and Bo Yi Xin's younger brother. On the way back to the Eight Immortal City, he killed the 8th prince. After all, the 8th prince was not a very important prince. However, after arriving at the Eight Immortal City, Ling Zhao killed Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan, which undoubtedly caused a sensation in the entire court. This was too shocking. Although this matter had not been confirmed yet, looking at the reaction of the people in the Eight Immortal City, it was unlikely to be fake. Soon, this news would spread to Thunder City. At that time, Thunder Emperor would probably force his way out of seclusion. Bo Yixin wanted to capture Ling Zhao now and ask Thunder Emperor for a reward. Their Bo Yi clan was now ranked last among the 8 great clans. In order to make the clan more prosperous, he really wanted to make more contributions so that he could receive more rewards from the royal family. The status of the Bo Yi clan would also be higher. However, the troublesome thing was that his opponent, the woman with a bamboo hat and a noble temperament, was terrifyingly strong. He did not dare to relax in the slightest because once he did, he might be killed. No matter how great the contribution was, once he died, he would not be able to obtain anything. Bo Yixin was not stupid. Fortunately, the Eagle Army that came this time were all elites, and their cultivation was all at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest one was at the late stage of the 10th level of the hell. With these hundreds of people joining hands, he did not believe that Ling Zhao had the ability to escape. Old dog Bo Yixin, you must be thinking that I, Ling Zhao, will not be able to escape death under the encirclement of hundreds of Eagle Army elites, right? Ling Zhao said, how can I not guess your little thoughts, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Today, the Eagle Army is destined to be one step ahead of you. Fierce killing intent erupted from Ling Zhao's body. He had already decided that the Eight Immortal City was his heavenly empire's first battle in the Black Tortoise continent. He absolutely could not give it up. The army of the Celestial Empire had already begun to move towards the Black Tortoise continent. In any case, a small immortal city was already comparable to an empire on the White Tiger continent. It could definitely accommodate a large number of soldiers and civilians of the Celestial Empire. The cultivation resources and conditions of the Black Tortoise continent were better than the previous 3 continents. Migrating here was also a necessary condition for them to improve their strength. "Boss, let me fight with you," Ling Yin, who had turned into Xiao Jin, said. "Not for the time being. You've just reconstructed your body and your strength isn't stable yet. Rest first." "These bastards can't hurt me." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I, your boss, won't do something that I'm not confident in." Previously, Ling Xiao had just broken through his cultivation. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he was worried that there would be no one for him to use to hone his martial skills. Now that over 100 people had come, it was just right. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon could fly, and it was one of the only 2 beast souls he had. The other one was the black-striped Flying Tiger. Unfortunately, its level was too low, and it was of no help to his battle prowess. Therefore, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon was naturally the most suitable one. As he rose into the air, Ling Xiao immediately released the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon special skill. Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Buzz. At that moment, a strange red light enveloped all of the Eagle Army. At that moment, the soldiers of the Eagle Army were still thinking about how to capture Ling Xiao alive. They didn't realize how terrifying the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was at all. And this kind of horror would only be more obvious when they used their internal strength and started fighting. Capture Ling Xiao alive. Reward for meritorious service. Following the roar of the Eagle Army's centurion, over 100 elites of the Eagle Army madly pounced on Ling Xiao. However, just as Ling Xiao had expected, as long as they moved, the effect of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse would immediately appear. Whether it was the Eagle Army or the Eagle Army, all of them felt their chi and blood churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. The blood in their bodies seemed to want to break through the restraints of their bodies and escape. Some of the weaker ones had already started bleeding from their 7 orifices. The most miserable ones were the Eagle Army. Their strength was not as strong as the soldiers, and they were only used as flying mounts. Affected by the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, they fell directly to the ground one by one. However, all of this wasn't over yet. Ling Xiao didn't think that he could defeat over 100 elites of the Eagle Army with this move alone. He still had another move, and it was a move that could perfectly complement the Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Sun God's remarkable ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague erupted, and the entire sky was dyed red. Countless germs that were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye landed on the bodies of the Eagle Army soldiers. Once they came into contact with blood, they quickly began to grow and spread. As Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through, the power of the Bloodthirsty Plague became even more terrifying. Warriors who were 3 or 4 small realms stronger than him were also affected. As for warriors who were weaker than him, they had no ability to resist at all. They could only let the Bloodthirsty Plague devour their internal strength and blood. Among this group of people, the warriors who were at the 10th hells of the Yin-Yang realm in the first transformation shriveled up the moment they came into contact with the Bloodthirsty Plague. Countless blood-red germs flew back into Ling Xiao's body, providing Ling Xiao with an endless supply of energy. However, Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't rashly absorb this energy for the time being. Instead, he converted it into his body's potential and continued to store it in his cells. In this way, he could continue to stimulate his potential in future battles, and his cultivation speed would still be very fast. As for the Eagle Army soldiers who were weaker than these warriors, they were mostly dead under the effects of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse. The stronger warriors who were at the middle stage of the 10th hells of the underworld were also clearly affected. The internal strength in their bodies could only be used to resist the terrifying germs. There was no possibility of organizing an attack. Devil. He's not human. He's a demon god from the demon realm. Retreat. Logically speaking, The Eagle Army soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time would definitely not be so cowardly. Normally, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would definitely not choose to flee in such a pathetic manner. Today, however, they were truly afraid. This was because their opponent was not human. He was a devil, a demon god, an existence that they could not understand. Unfortunately, they were within the dual range of the demon dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague. Could they escape? Kamikaze army, heed my orders. If you want to be protected by me, Ling Xiao, then from today onwards, you must swear loyalty to me, Ling Xiao. Kill these warriors of the Eagle Army. Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the air. The 900,000 Kamikaze army soldiers heard it loud and clear. They all understood that this was a pledge of allegiance. Ling Xiao would not give them protection for no reason unless they were willing to be Ling Xiao's subjects. If you're unwilling, I won't do anything to you. However, if you encounter any threats in the future, don't ask for the protection of the 8 Immortal City. Chapter 2660. The 900,000 Kamikaze soldiers understood what Ling Xiao meant. They gritted their teeth and decided to bet on it. After what happened today, they had no way out. Because they watched Jihyun of Silla get killed and fight with the 8th prince. No matter which one it was a capital offense. Kill. The 900,000 Kamikaze soldiers roared and rushed towards the Eagle Army that had all landed on the ground, beginning the battle to prove their allegiance. These people absolutely hated the Eagle Army to the core. The Eagle-killing god and the 14th Prince Qian Zhangxiong had always used violent methods to resolve disputes. This included the 8th Prince's trip to the 8 Immortals County this time, which caused the deaths of the family members of these Kamikaze soldiers. The death of a family member was an irreconcilable enmity. They did not need to show any mercy. Moreover, they did not have the leisure to be merciful. Their opponents were very strong, extremely strong. Although they were tortured by the demonic dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague, they still had very strong combat strength. Especially the last fight before death, it was still very frightening. Therefore, they had to fight with 120% of their spirit. Once they got serious, the combat strength of the 900,000 Kamikaze soldiers was not ordinary. They seemed to have turned into giants, waving their huge arms and killing the Eagle Army warriors one by one. With the first, they would not care about the second. Seeing these Kamikaze soldiers move, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. After all, the Centurion was still somewhat powerful and would cause a lot of casualties to the Kamikaze soldiers. Therefore, he had to do it himself. What he wanted was for the Kamikaze soldiers to show their loyalty and prove their allegiance. That was enough. Ling Xiao, you will regret it. How dare you do this to our Eagle Army? There will be no light in your future. The Centurion roared and rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, due to the 2 negative effects, his fist was as soft and powerless as a ball of cotton. Ling Xiao gently grabbed him by the neck and said coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is not the first time I've killed the Eagle Army, and you won't be the last. As long as Chen Zhangxiong dares to continue to cause trouble for me, I will let him have the same ending as Chen Kanglin. You lunatic! Demon! As the Centurion screamed, he was swallowed by the terrifying lava and turned into a skeleton. Ling Xiao, stop. If you stop now, you can still leave an intact corpse. Otherwise, the 8 Immortals City will be razed to the ground. At this time, Bo Yixin was absolutely furious. He had come to denounce Ling Xiao and seek revenge. However, the result was that the people he had brought with him were killed one by one, and he was also in trouble. Stupid words. After killing Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin, I knew that it was impossible for me to live in peace with the Chen nation. From today onwards, the 8 Immortals County will be an independent country, named the 8 Immortals Country, and I will be the king. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't mention the Celestial Empire was because he couldn't be so brazen for the time being. After all, the Celestial Empire's invasion of the Black Tortoise continent was completely different from the rebellion of the Chan State's subordinate counties. The former was very likely to attract the intervention of stronger forces. He absolutely could not do that before he was fully developed. Lunatic. Bo Yixin was no longer in the mood to continue fighting, He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This place that made him feel fear. Yes, I am a lunatic, but at least I am still alive, and you will no longer have the chance to see me killed. Ling Xiao killed the centurion and coldly watched the death squad exterminate the eagle army. Then he said, "They are all dead. It's your turn. You should thank me for being merciful and keeping your life until the end." Ling Xiao's sarcastic voice sounded, making Bo Yixin want to slap him to death. However, as long as he was distracted, he would be flustered by Yu Fenghua's killing, and he would be unable to take care of himself. His heart is incomparably shocked and terrified. Yu Fenghua is really too strong. What is this woman's identity? How can she be so terrifying? Moreover, she is so young. Finally, the thought of saving his life defeated his face, and he planned to escape. Where there is life, there is hope. He suddenly turned to attack Ling Xiao, causing Yu Fenghua to come to his rescue, but she took the opportunity to turn back and escape into the distance. "Ling Xiao, you will definitely die, and you will die a horrible death. Not only you, but the entire 8 immortal city will be destroyed. I, Bo Yixin, swear that I will smile as I see your doomsday. Our green mountains will remain, and the green water will flow forever. Goodbye." However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a terrifying chill instantly covered his whole body. His whole body was completely frozen. Naturally, it was Yu Fenghua who made a move. Her strength once again refreshed everyone's view. "Can you escape? I let Tushan Min go because that girl is too pitiful. But you, an old man who has done so many evil deeds, should die here." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Fenghua, leave him to me." He didn't want Yu Fenghua to be stained with his dirty blood. Anyway, Bo Yixin was completely frozen at this time and had no strength to fight back. Just like the frozen hairtail, he could only be dealt with by Ling Xiao. While speaking, he had already arrived beside Bo Yixin. The 8 immortals' sword in his hands began to stab crazily. In just a moment, hundreds of sword stabs were made. The terrifying sword lights interweaved into a grid in the void. Poor Bo Yixin, who was obviously much stronger than Ling Xiao, couldn't escape death in the end. His body was almost completely cut into pieces. This is your Bo Yi clan's favorite way to kill people. Today, I'll return it to you and let you have a taste of this terrible feeling that is worse than death. Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably cold and emotionless. Thinking of how Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were cruelly treated in the past, his heart was like stone and no longer had any feelings. "Ling Xiao, you will regret it. You will regret it. Do you think that by killing us, you can have a good ending? Don't be stupid. The entire Chan state is the world of the royal family. Where can you escape to? You killed the 8th prince and Jihyun of Silla. Now, you even want to kill this old man. You will definitely become the most wanted criminal in the history of the Chan state. You are dead. No one can safely leave the country under the pursuit of the royal family. You can't. Even that Yu Fenghua can't. She is very strong, but you seem to be underestimating the power of the royal family." Before dying, Bo Yixin let out the most hysterical roar in the world. However, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently. "I know all of this. I have never underestimated the royal family. But if you think that they can do whatever they want because they are strong, then you are wrong. I, Ling Xiao, will not go anywhere. I will stay in the 8 immortal city. Let them come. I want to see what the strongest power of the royal family is like." Since Ling Xiao dared to say such words, his greatest reliance was naturally formations. Chapter 2661. Before the enemy arrived, Ling Xiao had enough time to set up new formations and arrays. As long as he stayed within the 8 immortal city, he could make the enemy unable to return. "That's right, Bo Yichun. Didn't you think that I would definitely die? Fine. I'll let you leave behind a strand of remnant soul to live in this world. Take a good look at how your family will be destroyed by me, how the royal family and their lackeys will be killed by me." Ling Xiao took out a talisman and stuck it on Bo Yichun's body. This way, Bo Yichun would not die, but as long as the talisman was torn, Bo Yichun would immediately die. He wanted Bo Yichun to die in despair. Men, make a high-grade cage for this guy. Let him have a taste of what it's like to be imprisoned. Perhaps the souls of those who were tortured to death by him will come to find him at night." Ling Xiao coldly laughed, and someone immediately brought Bo Yichen away. "Lord, no, King. How should we deal with those traitors?" At this time, Lin Ruoxian walked over and asked respectfully. Other than Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Yu Fenghua, she was the strongest existence in the Eight Immortal City. Although Hai Myung-ko was at the Rebirth Realm, a first revolution Yin-Yang Realm martial artist at the 11th level of Hell could easily defeat an ordinary Rebirth Realm martial artist. Therefore, although Hai Myung-ko was strong, her battle prowess was at most on par with Lin Ruoxian. In terms of experience and battle prowess, she could not catch up. After all, one was a first revolution martial artist while the other was only an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Qin Changsheng and the others. He had already given these people a chance, but they still betrayed him. Since the poison pill was no longer effective, there was no need to be polite. Kill. Ling Xiao coldly gave the order. Even if he really turned into a demon, he would not forgive those traitors. Understood. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death went to deal with the traitors. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, began to nervously set up the array formation. The 900,000 Dare to Die soldiers became 900,000 laborers. Following Ling Xiao's instructions, they began to set up the formations in an orderly and nervous manner. Of course, they didn't understand formations, but under Ling Xiao's guidance, they could naturally place the things that should be placed in the correct position. 900,000 people. Needless to say, the efficiency was absolutely astonishing. The reason why Ling Xiao was so nervous was that he had no choice. He believed that it wouldn't take long for the news to spread to Thunder City. There was no way the royal family would let him go. What would happen next would probably be a series of attacks. The only thing he could do was to use the formation to stop the army while increasing his cultivation. Currently, he still had enough martial skills and martial arts, so there was no need for him to leave this place for the time being. He could continue to increase his strength. Coupled with the fact that the enemy was constantly attacking him, he would definitely be able to continuously increase his cultivation. Perhaps this was another crazy method of cultivation. Half a day later, terrifying great arrays were set up one after another outside the Eight Immortal City. The 900,000 Dare to Die soldiers were also arranged by Ling Xiao to live in the Eight Immortal City. Anyway, the city was very big. In the past, because of the strict restrictions of the Eight Immortals Mountain, a large number of martial artists were not qualified to enter this place at all. Now, even if 900,000 people were thrown in, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. As for the outer towns, except for Yuhua Town, all of them had been abandoned by Ling Xiao. He didn't have that much energy to guard them. As long as he could guard the Eight Immortal City, it would be enough. This way, he could concentrate his strength on one point. But the Chun state couldn't. Their border was not peaceful. There was also the dragon cult in the country. The army that came to attack the Eight Immortal City would definitely not be too large. After all the arrangements were completed, Ling Xiao began to quietly wait for the arrival of the enemy. He wasn't afraid, just a little nervous. This kind of crazy idea had actually appeared in his mind a long time ago. It was just that Ling Xiao had never really realized it. However, this time, he planned to play hard. Among all the large arrays he had set up, besides the Plague Bone Dissolving Array and the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, there was also the 10 Terminal Array that he had recently researched with his Yuan Venerate Master. He had obtained the 10 Terminal Array from his memories from the other realm. However, he only knew the general outline of the array, but not the details. Thus, he had been researching it all this time. He had already known about it back in the Sky Dragon continent. It was only now that he had finally researched it thoroughly. He had also set up the 10 Terminal Array. This was the first time he would use it in battle. He wanted to see how the royal army of the Chen state would break through his 10 Terminal Array. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that the first batch of test takers after the 10 Terminal Array was set up would actually be a group of bounty hunters. There were a few hundred of them. Their cultivation bases were all at the first revolution Yin-Yang stage, the 8th level of Hell. The strongest few had even reached the first revolution Yin-Yang stage, the 10th level of Hell. This kind of combat strength would be considered absolutely powerful anywhere. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to entertain them well. The first array was the Heavenly Terminal Array. It was set up in the east of the Eight Immortals County City, and this group of bounty hunters happened to be attacking from the east. The reason why Ling Xiao brought Lin Ruoxian and Yushang to break the formation was naturally because he wanted to impart the method to control the Tin Terminal formation to them. This way, even if he left the Eight Immortals County City, the Tin Terminal Array would protect them. There wouldn't be any major problems. The two of you, listen up. This Heavenly Terminal Array is profound and mysterious. Heaven and earth are inverted. It is profound and mysterious. Immortals step on the path of no return. Mortals turn into ashes after entering the array. This array was created by the experts of the other realm. They obtained the Khanate clear chi and hid the chaos chi inside. There is a three-headed banner inside. It combines the three elements of heaven, earth, and man into one. If someone enters this array, they will turn into ashes where there is thunder. If the immortal Tao comes here, their limbs will be shattered. I have fused heavenly lightning into this array. Its power is definitely not weaker than the rumors. You will see later. Ling Xiao sat on the array platform, waiting for the bounty hunters to step into the Heavenly Terminal Array. Among the bounty hunters, there was a leader. When he saw the three of them sitting there without any soldiers around, he felt very strange. But looking at the notice, who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, your head is so valuable. 100 million low-grade spirit stones, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and a set of immortal-grade first heaven martial skills, and a high position and generous salary. You have really offended the royal family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up such a big bounty for you. The leader of the bounty hunters held the bounty list and shouted at Ling Xiao. I didn't expect my head to be so valuable. I even want to give myself away. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking expression as he casually waved his hand and said, all of you, scram. Some money is not that easy to earn. The royal family has put up such a big bounty. You should know the danger. Chapter 2662. How arrogant! Dozens of voices came from the crowd, as if they were dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's arrogance. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed the 8th prince and the 2nd prince? We are people who live on the edge of our blades. Those princes who grew up in a greenhouse can't compare to us. The bounty hunter leader added, does this mean that you won't scram? If you don't scram, you will die. Ling Xiao had no intention of speaking nonsense. He raised his hand and suddenly, the originally empty space was filled with flickering lightning. Terrifying thunder and lightning roared and descended. In an instant, only 4 or 5 of the hundreds of bounty hunters were left. These few were considered the strongest. They hadn't been blasted to death by the thunder and lightning and had survived. Submit to me, and I will give you a chance to live. What the 8 Immortal City lacked now was martialists. The 8 Immortal City really needed martialists at the first Revolution Yin-Yang grade and the 10th level of Hell. Although the previous poison pill had been neutralized, Ling Xiao had developed a new elixir pill. Besides him, no one else could neutralize this type of elixir pill. If the poison was forcibly neutralized, the person would die even if the poison was neutralized. To be honest, Ling Xiao still had to thank Chen Kanglin to a certain extent. If it hadn't been for Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao might not have thought of enhancing these elixir pills. Even if I die, I won't. Before one of them could finish speaking, another thunderbolt descended and he was blasted to smithereens on the spot. There were 4 people left. Are you going to submit or not? I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Ling Xiao casually tossed out 4 elixir pills. He named these new elixir pills the Loyalty Elixir. These elixir pills had a special characteristic. As long as these people were truly loyal to Ling Xiao, the effects of the elixir would gradually dissipate and eventually disappear. Such a miraculous elixir pill had been refined by Ling Xiao by incorporating the medical knowledge from his memories. Even Yuan venerates were amazed. We are willing to submit to the 8 Immortal Kings. The 8 Immortal Kings were Ling Xiao's current title. They were the kings of the 8 Immortal Nation. The 4 of them swallowed the loyalty elixir pills. Very well, tell me your names. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them with satisfaction. Emotion, Imo Hai, Imo Ching, Imo Hong. Good name. Imo Tian. This heaven annihilation array will be managed by you in the future. Whoever dares to invade, blast them to your heart's content. Ling Xiao handed the heaven isolation array to Imo Tian, and he naturally wasn't afraid of Imo Tian betraying him. The loyalty pill was even more terrifying than the previous pills. Not only was it a physical threat, but it was also a mental pressure. Those whose soul power was not as strong as Ling Xiao's, and whose domineering aura was not as strong as the tyrannical martial spirit, had to obey. Yes, my lord. Since you've given me such a precious spell formation, I'll do my best. It didn't matter what Imo Tian was thinking right now. He had already started to subtly express his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to train them. This loyalty pill was the best thing. The rest of you, come back with me first. Although the bounty hunters had been dealt with, Ling Xiao knew that there would be endless trouble ahead. The royal clan would never allow another kingdom to appear in their kingdom. The volcano kingdom was already enough to give them a headache. If another 8 immortals kingdom appeared, they would be in a terrible fix. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't kill the 8th prince and Jihyun of Silla, they would still eliminate this kingdom as soon as possible. Ling Xiao couldn't stop cultivating. Even though he knew that sharpening his blade at the last minute wouldn't be of much use, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao asked Yu Fenghua, who was seated beside him. Are you afraid? Yu Fenghua replied with a question. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of losing you. I'm afraid of losing my friends and family. Perhaps Ling Xiao would only show his weak side in front of Yu Fenghua. After all, he was still a human and had fear. However, he was a person who was adept at hiding and was also adept at turning fear into fighting spirit. With me around, I won't let you die, Yu Fenghua said after a moment of silence. You're still you. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua. They had the same appearance, the same beauty, the same power, and the same care for him. However, how could he let Yu Fenghua continue to take risks? No, from now on, I'll protect you. I know I'm weaker than you, but I'll become stronger as soon as possible. In your previous life, you were willing to enter the 10 reincarnations for me. In this life, I won't let any harm come to you. Ling Xiao was very clear that if Yu Fenghua died again because of an accident in this life, then the 10 reincarnations would be forcibly interrupted, and Yu Fenghua's memory would be completely lost, and she would never remember him again. He couldn't afford to pay that price. Yu Fenghua was silent because she didn't know what to say to Ling Xiao. His concern and expression caught her off guard. Just as she was about to speak, a terrifying roar came from outside. It's the Sky Thunder Beast. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. The state of Chun had 3 major armies. 7th Prince Chan Kangmang's War Eagle Army, 14th Prince Chun Sangxiong's War Eagle Army, and the Sky Thunder Army directly under the king. All the warriors in the Sky Thunder Army had the terrifying Sky Thunder Beast martial soul. They could use lightning abilities and terrifying lightning-type martial techniques. The true elites are here, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Yu Fenghua and said, Fenghua, you stay in the city. I'll be back soon. He was very excited and nervous. He was excited because there might be a great battle coming up. He was nervous because the opponent was very powerful. The Sky Thunder Army had 7 generals. They were called by the colors of the rainbow and thunder. For example, General Scarlet Thunder, General Orange Thunder, and so on. These 7 generals, each one of them was incomparably powerful. It was said that the higher the color, the more powerful they were. General Purple Thunder's cultivation was stronger than the patriarchs of the 7 major families, excluding the royal family. He was also an expert second only to the Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Seigneur, and the 14th Prince. General Blue Thunder and General Blue Thunder's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The remaining 4 generals had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were all experts on the level of Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. This time, 4 of the 7 generals came. Ling Xiao didn't know who came, but he hoped that he wouldn't encounter the top 3 generals. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, the royal family really thought highly of him. It was the first time they attacked him with such a formation. Even when they surrounded the dragon cult, 4 of the 7 generals didn't appear at the same time. It was obvious that the royal family hated Ling Xiao to the core. Imo Tian, Imo Hai, Imo Qing, Imo Hong, Sister Ruaxian, Moon Death, Elder Water, Elder Moon. Report the situation. Ling Xiao stood on the city wall and used his soul to send a message to the 8 formations of the 10 terminal formations. These 8 formations defended the 8 directions of the 8 immortal city and the 8 city gates. The remaining 2 formations were near the city gates and were used as a last resort. There are many enemies and they are very strong. Chapter 2663. General Chile is attacking the Earth Blaze formation. General Zhile is attacking the Wind Howling formation. General Huanglei is attacking the Ice formation. General Lu Lei is attacking the Golden Light formation. The experts of the Bo Yi clan are attacking the Blood Transformation formation. Although this person is not as strong as Bo Yi Chun, he is definitely the second most powerful person in the Bo Yi clan. His strength is close to the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. All right, you all guard the formations. I will personally meet them. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. These people really did not know the power of the 10 Extremes formation. Since they were not afraid of death, he would play with them. Therefore, he came to the front of the Earth Blaze formation. The ones attacking the Earth Blaze formation were General Chile and his thousands of soldiers. Although there were not many of them, they were all elites. You are Ling Xiao? General Chile saw a young man suddenly appear in front of him. He had a heroic spirit. His whole body was emitting a dense killing intent. How could he dare to come to the front of the formation alone if he did not have true ability? That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You are General Chile of the Sky Thunder Corps. With your insignificant skills, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you will die in vain. The royal family is only using you as cannon fodder. They do not dare to break my 10 Extremes formation, but let trash like you do it. What a disgrace. How dare you look down on me, General Chile? You are courting death. General Chile angrily attacked Ling Xiao with his spear. The long spear was like purple lightning flying in the sky, flashing with thunder. It was very domineering. Ling Xiao sneered. This person was indeed strong. He felt that his battle strength was not weaker than Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin, and he had rich battle experience. It would not be easy to take him down. Ling Xiao fought with him for 30 rounds and understood his foundation. He felt that his cultivation had stopped increasing. He felt that there was no point in continuing the battle. He sneered, General Chile, my Earth Blaze formation has many changes and is full of doubts. The Earth Blaze formation is hidden in its mysteries. Thunder above and fire below are merciless. Even with the 5 elements immortal technique, it was difficult to escape the gloomy clouds of bone transformation. This formation was based on the numbers of the Taoist Tao. Hidden in the middle was a thick body. Hidden inside was a red banner. Wherever it was moved, thunder would roll above and fire would rise below. Once mortals and immortals entered this formation, there was no way they could come back to life. Even if they had the 5 elements technique, how could they escape from here? Do you dare to follow me in? With that, he turned around and stepped into the ardent earth array. General, this person probably can't beat you. So he's trying to mislead the crowd and put on an act. General Chile's subordinate reminded him. That's right. I've been on the battlefield for decades, but I've never heard of such a formation. He is but a mere country bumpkin. How could he set up such a terrifying formation? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and led the soldiers into the Ardent Earth formation. Within the Ardent Earth formation, there was a devil sea guarding it. However, Imo Hai had never actually controlled the Ardent Earth formation before, so Ling Xiao had to cover it up for him. Seeing the enemy enter the formation, Ling Xiao stepped onto the platform and shook the 5 directions. Strange clouds rolled up from all directions, and thunder roared. There was a fire shield above, and thunder and fire attacked from below and above. The poor General Chile was bombarded by the thunder and fire and instantly turned into powder. Even his corpse was not left behind. The soldiers who followed him in were so scared that their faces changed drastically. They were terrified. The dignified General Chile couldn't even withstand this attack. Wasn't this formation too terrifying? Kneel down and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. The reason why Ling Xiao killed General Chile was that he knew that the 7 generals of the Heavenly Thunder Legion would never surrender. They were loyal dogs of the royal family. Even if they used the loyalty pills, it would be a waste. What's more, killing General Chile was a deterrent to the others. It was much more effective than killing a few ordinary soldiers. Nearly half of the thousands of warriors chose to surrender and took the loyalty pills on the spot. As for the other half, they were killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. This was a battlefield. The enemy had no other choice but to surrender or die. Imo Hai, continue to guard. I'll go somewhere else. Ling Xiao handed the surrendered people to Imo Hai and then went to the front of the Howling Wind Formation. In front of the Howling Wind Formation was naturally General Orange Thunder. When General Orange Thunder saw Ling Xiao appear, he didn't answer. He waved the big knife in his hand and attacked Ling Xiao. He was straightforward. Ling Xiao didn't beat around the bush. He also fought with General Orange Thunder for 30 rounds. He felt that it was meaningless to continue fighting. He blocked the opponent's attack and said, "The Howling Wind Formation behind me is profound and mysterious." The weapon nest in the Howling Wind Formation hides a mysterious net. If it hurts people, even if they have an immortal body, their muscles, bones, and flesh will be destroyed. This formation is based on the numbers of earth, water, fire, and wind. There is wind and fire inside. This wind and fire are innate qi. The true samadhi fire and millions of weapons come out from it. If a human or a mortal enters this formation, the wind and fire will intertwine. The thousands of blades will gather and their limbs will be turned into powder. I'm afraid that he has the ability to turn the sea and move the mountain, and his body will turn into pus. I advise you to surrender to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. That General Red Thunder is your example. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not General Orange Thunder. This General Orange Thunder was a brute. He didn't even hesitate like General Red Thunder. Ling Xiao turned and entered the Howling Wind Formation. He immediately chased after him. How would he know the endless mysteries of the formation? He only saw Ling Xiao go up the platform and shake black. The black wind rolled up and thousands of weapons came down. With a sound, General Orange Thunder's limbs were cut into pieces. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. Ling Xiao used the same trick again. There were many who surrendered, and those who didn't, he wouldn't be merciful. The result was as tragic as General Orange Thunder. After dealing with General Orange Thunder, Ling Xiao rushed to the Cold Ice Formation again. The Cold Ice Formation was called Cold Ice, a mountain of knives condensed. If a human immortal encountered this formation, even his skin and bones would be gone. This formation couldn't be cultivated in a day. It was called Cold Ice, but it was actually a mountain of knives. There were mysteries hidden inside. There was wind and thunder in the middle. There were icebergs like wolf fangs above, and ice cubes like swords below. If a human or a mortal entered this formation, their limbs would be turned into fine powder by the wind and thunder. Even if they had special techniques, they couldn't avoid this difficulty. The 10 ultimate formations each had their own uses. However, without exception, they were all very cruel. In front of the Cold Ice Formation, General Yellow Thunder's character was different from the previous two. He was extremely cunning. After 30 rounds with Ling Xiao retreated into the formation. He felt that his cultivation was about to improve again. However, General Yellow Thunder refused to enter the formation. He only sent his deputy to pursue him. Ling Xiao saw this and sneered, "What a despicable person. You sent your deputy to die. Deputy, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless when you die." The deputy was furious. "Arrogant brat. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog or a chicken. There's no need for the general to do it himself." After saying this, he waved his sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. Since he wanted to die, he would just send him on his way. Arriving at the formation, he went up to the platform and shook the soap with his hand. There were icebergs above, like a mountain of knives, knocking down. There were ice cubes below, like wolf fangs, making their way up. No matter who you were, you would be turned into fine powder. Chapter 2664. Ling Xiao came out of the formation and threw the pile of flesh to General Huang Lei. Your deputy is dead. Now it's your turn. General Huang Lei's expression changed. He said coldly, if I don't enter your formation, what can you do to me? You're just relying on your formation. If you have the ability, don't come out for the rest of your life. Humph, I really don't need a formation to kill you. I'm just showing you how powerful I am. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His body suddenly enlarged, and he transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. Then, his body flashed, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly attacking General Huang Lei. General Huang Lei had fought 30 rounds with Ling Xiao before and thought that he was on par with Ling Xiao. However, this time, before he could raise his weapon, he fell to the ground and died. His eyes were wide open on his head, as if he was still shocked by why he died. Ling Xiao kicked the corpse. Ling Xiao disliked this guy very much. Do you surrender? Ling Xiao looked at the 1,000 soldiers and said coldly, those who surrender will live. Those who don't surrender will die. Perhaps General Huang Lei had never been liked by these soldiers. Therefore, when he died, the soldiers showed excited expressions. This time, they all chose to surrender. Ling Xiao handed these surrendered soldiers to Imo Hong and then went to the Golden Light Formation. The one guarding the Golden Light Formation was Lin Ruoxian. The Golden Light Formation, golden light flashed out of the mirror and shone on the body. Disaster was imminent. Even with the immortal mountain shifting technique, it would be difficult to escape this formation and lose one's life. This formation stole the essence of the sun and moon, and it hid the chi of heaven and earth. There were 21 mirrors in it, and each mirror was suspended on top of the pole. There was a set on each mirror. If a human or a mortal entered the formation and pulled up the set, thunder would shake the mirror. In just 1 or 2 turns, golden light would shoot out and shine on the body, turning it into pus and blood. Even if one could fly, it would be difficult to cross this formation. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Golden Light Array, he saw that General Green Thunder had already entered, so he followed him in. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian was already on the platform. There were 21 poles on the platform, and each pole had a mirror hanging from it. There was a set of mirrors on each side of the mirror. Lin Ruoxian pulled up the rope and a mirror appeared. He put his hand down and the sound of thunder rang out. The mirror vibrated and spun several times, releasing a golden light that shot towards the Green Thunder General. General Green Thunder was instantly reduced to ashes. His clothes and body were completely destroyed. Not even his corpse was left behind. Seeing this, Ling Xiao relaxed and immediately headed towards the Blood Transformation Array. The guardian of the Blood Conversion Array was Moon Death. However, his opponent was also the strongest of the 5 formation breakers. Therefore, it was really hard to predict who would win. Ling Xiao was still a little worried. As for the Blood Conversion Array, a violent wind swept up the black sand, and the heavens and the earth were devoid of light. No matter how hard you try to fill the sea, it will be difficult for you to return. This array used connate spiritual chi. There was wind and thunder in it, and it contained several pieces of black sand. However, when humans and immortals entered the array, the wind would sweep up the black sand, and some places would turn into blood. Even immortals would not be able to escape. Moreover, the Boyi family's expert was just a mortal. He was probably already dead. When he arrived at the Blood Conversion Array, he saw Moon Death sitting there helplessly. After asking, he found out that the Boyi family's expert had used his last breath to escape. It doesn't matter. Let him escape. At least after this battle, our 8 Immortals' Kingdom's reputation will soar. I have already tested the strength of this 10-terminal formation. It is definitely very strong. I believe that even a martial artist at the Yin-Yang Realm's 11th level of Hell in the first transformation would most likely die. Originally, he had used the 10-terminal formation to test its strength. Once he confirmed it, Ling Xiao had other things to do. No matter how strong the array was, it could only be used for defense. As long as others did not enter the array, they would not be afraid. Moreover, the stronger the array, the more energy it consumed. The 10-terminal formation had always been here, and it consumed a lot of resources. Ling Xiao had to consider going out for a while. However, Before leaving the Eight Immortals Kingdom, he wanted to play big. The ghost prison of the Eight Immortals Mountain was rumored to be a supreme treasure of ancient times. It had always been used to imprison prisoners. It was unknown how many martial artists had died in this place. The terrifying energy that was brewing inside would benefit everyone greatly. Ling Xiao wanted to raise the cultivation of all the martial artists in the Eight Immortals County. It would increase the Eight Immortals Kingdom's combat strength. However, not everyone could withstand the terrifying pressure of the ghost prison. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to use the ghost prison to set up a cultivation array. Anyway, with the 10-terminal formation outside, he was not afraid of the Chen Kingdom sending people to attack. He knew the Chun Kingdom's strength. Although he was definitely not a match for the Lightning Monarch, the Lightning Seigneur, and the 14th Prince, these people would definitely not dare to leave Thunder City. The reason was simple. The Dragon Cult had always been watching them. If they came out in full force, Thunder City would be taken down by the Dragon Cult in an instant. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to fall out with the Chen Kingdom at this time was precisely because of this. A day later, a sweet rain suddenly fell in the Eight Immortals County. Anyone who came into contact with this sweet rain could feel their cultivation growing crazily. At first, the martial artists were a little alarmed, thinking that they had encountered some strange phenomenon that would have negative effects on their bodies. However, the Eight Immortals Palace issued a notice, saying that this was a great array set up by the Eight Immortals King Ling Xiao, which could help everyone increase their cultivation speed. Therefore, during this period, everyone, including those who were in charge of the 10-terminal formation, began to cultivate. They cultivated while walking. They cultivated while working. When he was cultivating, he had to work even harder. Time passed day by day, and the cultivation of all the martial artists in the Eight Immortals County accelerated. This was especially true for those whose cultivation was relatively weak, such as the Martial Vein Realm or the Celestial Realm. Their cultivation speed was even faster, as if they were flying. Most martial artists' cultivation speed gradually slowed down after reaching the Grotto Heaven Realm. However, it was still much faster than before. If this was in the past, ordinary commoner martial artists, or even lowly martial artists, would be left far behind by the aristocratic families because they had all the resources. Even if they were geniuses, their cultivation speed would be slow. But now, the situation was completely different. Although they still lacked resources, the sweet rain was actually liquefied spirit qi, which was incomparably precious. It was even crazier than precious spirit pills and miraculous medicines. This caused the cultivation speed of these people to increase by leaps and bounds. Almost every day, there would be many people breaking through. And these young martial artists who had broken through only had one thought in their minds, and that was to serve the Eight Immortals King Ling Xiao and be loyal to him. They were different from the older generation. The older generation of martial artists were probably still fearful of the Chen Kingdom's royal family and were even blindly loyal. But the young people were different. They were originally very unfamiliar with the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Now that they had received such great benefits from Ling Xiao, they were naturally willing to go to the next level. Due to the protection of the Great Array, outsiders could not enter the Eight Immortals County at all. Chapter 2665. One had to know that the 4 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion had died in the 10-terminal formation. If the royal family wanted to send people to attack the Eight Immortals County, they would have to think twice. Ling Xiao did not care about this. What he was thinking about now was the increase in strength of the Eight Immortals County as a whole. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, the Thunder Capital had sent many people to check on the situation in the Eight Immortals County. This time, they only sent spies and did not dare to attack rashly. When these spies arrived outside the Eight Immortals County, they found that the city was still covered in rain, as if it would never stop raining. The trees around the Eight Immortals County had grown to dozens of meters tall. The entire city seemed to be about to disappear from the world. However, the aura of the entire city was getting stronger and stronger, causing people to be a little frightened. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was entrenched there without any flaws. The most shocking thing was that even the ordinary birds flying above the Eight Immortals City had turned into demons after being touched by the rain. They were incomparably powerful. The spies reported these things to the Thunder capital. Not good. I think that Ling Xiao is up to something again. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Otherwise, the 8 Immortals County will only become stronger and stronger. The first to receive the spies' report was naturally the second in command of the Chun Nation, the Lightning Seigneur. The Thunder Monarch was still in seclusion and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The Thunder Monarch and his special forces were a secret of the entire Chun Nation. Apart from the Thunder Monarch and the Lightning Seigneur, even the princes did not know. Of course, the Lightning Seigneur did not believe the spy's words. Thus, he tore through the air and turned into a bolt of lightning, arriving outside the 8 Immortals County. Looking down from the sky, the 8 Immortals County was like a mysterious cultivation holy land that made people's eyes red with envy. The Lightning Seigneur tried to approach the 8 Immortals County, but suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the void. The monster's face could not be seen at a glance. Only its huge body could be seen entrenched in the clouds. The huge monster sword. The 10-terminal formation was instantly activated. Before the Lightning Seigneur could enter the formation, he was attacked by 10 attacks in the sky. He was quite strong and managed to dodge the 10 attacks. However, he was sent flying a few kilometers away by the giant beast's slap. He even destroyed a mountain. The Thunder Seigneur was scared witless. He knew that things were already out of control. In order to kill Ling Xiao, it was impossible to attack the 8 Immortals City. The only way was to lure Ling Xiao out and kill him. Contact Spectre Sect. The first thing the Thunder Venerable did when he returned to the Chen Kingdom was to find General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder was also a member of the royal family. Among the warriors of the Chen Kingdom, his strength was ranked 4th. Only the Thunder Monarch and the Thunder Seigneur knew that General Purple Thunder was also the general agent of the Demon Shadow Sect in the state of Chun. He was responsible for all the affairs of the Devil Shadow Sect in the state of Chun. In the past, the 8 Immortal Cities' Devil Shadow Sect branch had been annihilated by Ling Xiao alone. When the news spread to Thunder City, General Zilei was extremely furious. However, because the Shadow Devil Sect operated in secret, he could not openly deal with Ling Xiao. Furthermore, at that time, he was leading an army to encircle the dragon cult, so he did not have the mood to do so. After all, to him, the dragon cult was far more of a threat than the insignificant Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was just suffering from a scabby disease. He was not important at all. However, General Zilei did not expect that his initial underestimation would allow that insignificant person to grow to such a terrifying level. Not only had Xiao Chun killed the 8th prince and 2nd prince, but he had also killed Bo Yichun. Just how strong was this kid? Even the General Zilei was somewhat afraid of him. In particular, Ling Xiao's ability to set up formations was something that no one in the entire state of Chun could contend with. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he controlled the Spectre Sect. The disciples of the Spectre Sect were the most savage and terrifying group of people in the state of Chun. These people were lawless and took pride in building their happiness on the pain of others. Of course, the most important thing was that these people were not only evil but also talented. For example, there were a few people who were very adept at breaking spell formations. After hearing Seigneur Lightning's words, General Zilei sent 10 devil emissaries from the Spectre Sect to the 8 Immortals County to find a way to break the spell formation. They were confident that if they could break the 10 Ultimates formation, the 8 Immortals County would fall. After arriving at the 8 Immortals County, the 10 devil emissaries gathered on a mountain peak not too far from the county. Their robes whipped about in the wind, and they radiated murderous auras as they unleashed their blood-red energy, killing everything within dozens of kilometers of them. These people were definitely strong. They were not like the opponents Ling Xiao had faced in the past, which meant that Ling Xiao would have to be very careful in dealing with them. What's going on? Are the signs in the 8 Immortals County really the work of some puny Ling Xiao? Don't tell me he's not a life-sizer? That's impossible. There's not a single life-sizer in the state of Chun. How could the 8 Immortals County have one? What do you think, Emissary Blood Devil? This man, who was known as the Emissary Blood Devil, had long, blood-red hair that was particularly eye-catching. His eyes were the color of blood, and behind him floated a blood-red infant. Apparently, that was his martial soul, but it was very strange. His cultivation base was in the Yin-Yang First Revolution, in the early 11th level of Hell. He was definitely not someone the generals of the Heavenly Thunder Legion could afford to provoke. "Are you afraid?" the emissary Blood Devil said with a cold laugh. "Even if there really is a life-sizer here, the 10 of us should be able to wipe out the 8 Immortals County. That brat killed many of our Devil Shadow Sect's people. He even killed this Devil Envoy's own son. If we don't kill him, how could I possibly face him in my dreams? How could I possibly protect the Spectre Sect? That's right. Kill them all. Kill them all." Heh. Considering how strong we are, those trashy martial artists can't compare to us. If we want to, we could turn the 8 Immortals County into a living hell. But right now, the most important thing is to break the spell formation. If we can't, then there's no way we can get into the 8 Immortals County. "I'm sorry, Exalted Ones, but we can't break the 10 Ultimates formation. The spell formation manuals don't contain any descriptions of it. How did he set it up? We have no idea." One of the disciples from the Spectre sect who was skilled in spell formations said, trembling in fear, "You bunch of trash. What do I need you for?" The emissary Blood Devil waved his hand, causing a terrifying blood energy to envelop the disciples. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of those pitiful fellows were completely corroded. In the end, only their skin was left, and even their bones were shattered. "Come on, let's head back to the Spectre sect. I heard that the Volcano Kingdom has people who are even better at breaking spell formations. If we want to kill Ling Xiao, we have to break the 10 Ultimates formation first. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome." Chapter 2666. The Blood Demon Envoy said, "Let's retreat. In any case, the 8 Immortal City is under the surveillance of the Chun Nation's royal family. I don't believe that those people can hide in the city forever. As long as they come out, our chance will come. Using a hidden arrow to break an open spear, they are dead for sure." With that, the Blood Demon Envoy stepped into the air and left. Although he was unwilling, the terrifying hatred he released was definitely not fake. He would definitely come to kill Ling Xiao, not only because he was one of the 10 demon envoys of the Chan Nation's Demon Shadow Sect, but also because the demon envoy that Ling Xiao killed was his favorite son. His son was killed. This grudge could not be easily forgotten. In the blink of an eye, the 10 demon envoys disappeared, as if they had never appeared outside the 8 Immortal City. Just like that, a month passed. The changes in the 8 Immortal City were even more obvious. Even the entire city had undergone some changes. The entire city seemed to have its own soul. It could repair itself and become stronger. Its defense was much stronger than before. The ordinary weapons that were originally held by the soldiers had become spirit artifacts. The strongest one had become an immortal-grade spirit artifact. This was simply a miracle of nature. The rain gradually stopped. However, the spirit energy in the entire 8 Immortal City was at least 100 times denser than before. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Over the past month, even if they were sleeping, they were still cultivating. Even those who were usually incomparably lazy actually benefited from it. A large number of Yin-Yang realm cultivators were born. There were also many First Revolution cultivators. For example, Hai Myung Ko. In this month, not only did she start to reincarnate, but she also raised her cultivation to the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. This sounded very weak, but to cultivate to this level in a month, if not for this rain, if not for the spirit pills that Ling Xiao gave her, she definitely would not have been able to do it. This was the principle of the future generation enjoying the shade. Ling Xiao would work hard to make himself stronger, and then lead the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire's cultivators to become stronger. Although some people's talent was limited, at least a portion of them could gradually keep up with his pace and not be completely left behind. Because of the concentration of the sweet rain, the density of the spiritual energy would become weaker from the inside out. Gan Lin, who was located in the 8 Immortal King's palace, was the strongest. Therefore, the cultivation speed here was also the fastest. Ling Xiao asked his most trusted family and friends to stay here and cultivate with him. As a result, their strength also increased as if they were sitting on a flying sword. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were originally very strong. Now, they had both broken through to the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. This kind of cultivation speed was simply impossible in the past. As for Lin Yang, Qing Feiying, and the others, they had all raised their cultivation to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were second only to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Sire Shui, the elders of the Yu clan, and the patriarch of the Yu clan had also improved greatly. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, such a situation could only be described as crazy and impossible. But if one thought about it carefully, it would be understandable. In the 8 Immortal Kings' Palace, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was condensed to the extreme. It was even stronger than in the extreme royal mystic realm. It would be a joke if a few martial artists of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm could not be born. It would be a waste of Ling Xiao's efforts. Of course, that wasn't all. The Imperial Army and the City Defense Army of the 8 Immortals Kingdom also obtained great benefits from the rain. Although the rain had stopped now, the abundance of spiritual qi was still not reduced. In the future, the 8 Immortals County would not lose to the soldier grade and general grade areas of the extreme royal mystic realm. It was a little different from the monarch grade areas. As for the untouchable areas, Ling Xiao had not been there, so it was difficult for him to have any direct impressions. Elder Shui, you are still the city lord of the 8 Immortals County. In the future, I will have to rely on you to manage everything. Elder Yu, you have to help. The next main task is to count the martial artists of the 8 Immortals County who have broken through this time. Ling Xiao also slowly opened his eyes. If others could benefit from it, he would naturally benefit as well. His cultivation had advanced from the middle stage of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level to the late stage of the 10th level. It seemed like only a 2-stage increase, but to Ling Xiao, his combat strength had increased by 100 times. The opponents that he used to be very afraid of were no longer so scary in his eyes. Although it would still be very difficult to face a first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level, he could at least protect himself. But at the very least, he was not without any power to protect himself and could only rely on Yu Fenghua's help. Speaking of Yu Fenghua, she seemed very happy. He wondered if she had also broken through. Ling Xiao did not ask, and Yu Fenghua did not say anything. The two of them maintained a tacit understanding. After his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao strengthened the 10-terminal formation again. The current 10-terminal formation was definitely 10 times stronger than before. If the Qin nation's royal family knew that they had missed such a good opportunity to attack the 8 Immortals County, they would probably die of anger. One had to know that the current 8 Immortals County was filled with killing intent, not to mention sneaking in. Even a malicious mosquito would be killed immediately if it flew in. The current 8 Immortals County was absolutely impregnable, so Ling Xiao was no longer worried about this place. He planned to leave. Since the Qin nation's royal family was unwilling to take the initiative to attack, he would attack first. In any case, he would become enemies with these people sooner or later. Ling Xiao, I need to leave you for a while. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take the initiative to attack, Yu Fenghua proposed to leave. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to rely on Yu Fenghua's strength to wipe out the royal family. Otherwise, he would have done so back in Thunder City. He was just a little curious as to why Yu Fenghua would choose to leave at this time. You also know that almost every sect, the disciples who go out to gain experience have to return to the sect to participate in the assessment every once in a while. As a disciple of the Immortal Palace, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. However, you can rest assured that I will definitely return in a month or 3 months at most. Yu Fenghua did not know why she was so worried about Ling Xiao's opinion and why she had to explain. In short, she could feel that when she was with Ling Xiao, she was especially relaxed and comfortable. If that's the case, then I won't stop you. You have your Jianghu, and I have mine. I only hope that one day, I can truly stand on the same level as you. You must be safe. Ling Xiao did not want Yu Fenghua to leave because he was worried that Yu Fenghua would be in danger. However, if he carefully protected her like a flower vase, would she really be able to thrive? Chapter 2667. To be honest, Yu Fanghua was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Even if he had to worry, he should be worried about himself. It's the same for you. The Chun Kingdom's royal family hates you to the bone. Once you go out, you will definitely be surrounded by them. You must be careful. Yu Fanghua was also reluctant to leave. However, she also knew that if she didn't go back, she wouldn't be able to continue becoming stronger. If she couldn't continue becoming stronger, she wouldn't be able to protect Ling Xiao. After watching Yu Fanghua leave the Eight Immortal City, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin also set off. The huge golden crow soared into the sky and accelerated through the void like a phantom. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a ball of fire flying through the sky. However, only the truly powerful martial artists could see that it was a terrifying golden crow that possessed the terrifying flames of the sun that could destroy everything. "Boss, where are we going?" Xiao Jin asked. "Of course we're going to Thunder City. Do the 8 great families really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a coward? They came to attack my 8 immortal city and couldn't take it down, so they gave up. Did they really think that was the end? What a joke." Ling Xiao sneered. He came back this time to cause trouble. Although he wasn't a match for the Thunder Monarch, the Lightning Seigneur, and the 14th Prince, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the others. "Since you can provoke me, I can deal with you." In any case, although Thunder City was protected by a formation, it was definitely not as strong as his 8 immortal cities' 10-terminal formation. Moreover, no one would have thought that Ling Xiao would openly go to Thunder City for revenge. His plan was very clear. The first step was to go to Jihyun of Silla's residence and obtain the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. This way, Xiao Jin's strength could continue to increase. Next, it was to exterminate the Boyi family. In any case, the Boyi family was already like fire and water with him. Moreover, they had repeatedly attacked the 8 Immortal City. If he didn't exterminate this family, it would always be a hidden danger. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that General Purple Thunder had used the power of the Spectre Sect to deal with him. Right now, the 10 demon envoys of the Chan State's Demon Shadow Sect were all within the Thunder capital, waiting for an opportunity to deal with him. Perhaps he really had to make some adjustments to his plan. On the way to Thunder City, Ling Xiao was thinking about the battles he might encounter next. His current cultivation was at the late stage of the 10th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Facing a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 10th level of Hell, he could basically crush them. He could even defeat a first revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artist who was at the early stage of the 11th level of Hell. The troublesome part was the mid-stage of the 11th level and beyond. He probably wasn't a match for him. Little Gold was similar to him. However, he wasn't worried at all. Ever since Ling Yin had fused with his avatar and turned into the Golden Crow, not only had his strength increased greatly, but his speed had also increased tremendously. Even he was not as fast as Xiao Jin. If they wanted to escape, no one in the state of Chun would be able to stop them. Furthermore, in the past month, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Dark Shadow Sword Demon to the Great Perfection realm. Its power had increased greatly, so even if he really encountered a mid-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the first revolution of the 11th level of Hell, he wouldn't be completely helpless. In addition, the spiritual lightning shield had also been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. If it was a martial technique below the first level of the immortal grade, it would be a little difficult to injure him. There was also the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Perhaps no one would have thought that he would be able to cultivate this second level of the immortal grade martial technique to the Great Perfection realm with his current cultivation. He could have 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, each of which had 80% of his fighting strength. This was absolutely terrifying. 80% of his fighting strength was equivalent to a martialist at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. This was under the circumstances that he didn't have any magic treasures. In addition, the interval between the release of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards had also increased from 1 day to 1 hour. This greatly increased the practicality of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Otherwise, he still had the Tyrannical Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, and a Yuan Venerate. These were all his trump cards. Therefore, he wasn't a reckless person. If he didn't have any life-saving skills, he wouldn't foolishly run out to die. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the Thunder City, Ling Xiao ordered Xiao Jin to land. Xiao Jin turned into a palm-sized golden bird and stood on his shoulder. He used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation ability to transform his entire body. Under such circumstances, even an acquaintance wouldn't be able to recognize him. When entering the Thunder City, they had to undergo a strict inspection. However, what could those soldiers who were guarding the city find out? Ling Xiao successfully passed the inspection and entered the Thunder City. Boss, before going to the Jihyun of Silla residence, why don't we go and find out some information first? If the Jihyun of Silla residence is a trap, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Jin reminded. That's true, but who knows the situation of the Jihyun of Silla residence? Ling Xiao asked. Boss, you haven't been in the Thunder City for long, so you don't know. In fact, the Thunder City is not only the capital of the Chen country, but also an international market. Merchants and warriors from other countries will stay here and even do business. In the Thunder City, there is a volcano house opened by the people of the volcano country. This volcano house can not only buy and sell rare and precious items, but also any information. This includes the situation of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region. The volcano house even made a volcano warrior list for the warriors of the Chen country. They are very familiar with the people on the list. In addition, there is a volcano evil list. This list is not ranked by strength, but by the degree of evil. Why don't we go take a look and find out some information? Xiao Jin had lived in the Thunder City for a long time, so he knew more about this than Ling Xiao. This volcano house was clearly opened by the people of the volcano country, but it was safe and sound in the Chen country. It seemed that its background was not small. Perhaps the volcano house was related to the Chen country's royal family. Since that was the case, it was even more important to take a look. If it was really related to the royal family, Ling Xiao did not mind tearing it down. He was here to cause trouble, so he naturally had to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of coming here and taking risks? With a destination in mind, Ling Xiao went straight to the volcano house under Xiao Jin's guidance. The Thunder City was very big, and there were many landmark buildings. However, the volcano house was definitely the most special one. From afar, one could see a huge building with sinister edges rising into the sky. Moreover, the volcano house burned with a strange flame all year round. Those who entered the volcano house would not be safe and sound if they did not have the fire avoidance talisman given by the volcano house. And one fire avoidance talisman cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. These guys really knew how to make money. Arriving in front of the volcano house, Ling Xiao discovered that the guards at the door were all at the peak of the 9th layer of hell. Chapter 2668. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was such a powerful place in Thunder City. Even the gatekeeper was at the first revolution of the 9th level of hell, so the owner of this place should be even stronger. But what was there to be afraid of now? Stop, don't you know the rules? Ling Xiao walked directly into the volcano tower with Xiao Jin, but was stopped by the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper took out 2 fire avoidance talismans and said, 1 human and 1 beast, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Thank you, but I don't need it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and continued to walk inside. The gatekeeper of the volcano tower didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with disdain and schadenfreude. If you don't buy the fire avoidance talisman, just wait for death, he thought to himself. The passers-by also began to discuss. I'm afraid you're an idiot from outside the city. Don't you know how terrifying the volcano tower is? You're just taking the fire-repelling talisman. Humph, this kind of idiot, the sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reincarnated. However, in the midst of the discussion, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin smoothly and safely walked into the volcano tower. For a moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. Instead, they were all dumbfounded. In the midst of their dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the volcano tower. He went straight to the person in charge of selling information. This servant is Xiao Huan. May I ask what kind of information young master wants to buy? The person in charge of receiving Ling Xiao was a pretty girl from a humble family, and her voice was very sweet. It seemed that the service attitude was really good. Xiao Huan brought Ling Xiao to a small room with very good sound insulation. The room was only about 5 square meters, but it was obviously enough for a transaction. I want to inquire about information about the royal family. Do you have it? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. Xiao Huan was a little stunned, but immediately smiled and said, "Of course there's no problem, but the price will be more expensive." "How much?" Ling Xiao asked. "That depends on who the royal family is." Xiao Huan said again, "What if it's about Ji Hyun of Silla's residence?" A sliver of surprise flashed through Xiao Huan's eyes when she heard that, but she quickly covered it up. She smiled. Ji Hyun of Silla is as famous as the War Prince. Although we don't know if he's dead or alive right now, news about him is worth at least 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Very well. As long as the information is reliable, these are yours. Ling Xiao casually placed a storage ring on the table. Inside the storage ring, there were 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. "Young master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and find our second pavilion master. I can't make the decision for a transaction of this level." Xiao Huan said hurriedly. "Sure." Ling Xiao nodded. After waiting for a while, the door was pushed open. Other than Xiao Huan, there was another person who was dressed very luxuriously and looked very rich. His strength was even more powerful. He was probably the second floor master that Xiao Huan had mentioned. "This is our second floor master. If there's any transaction, just let him know. I'll take my leave first." When the second floor master entered, he immediately saw the golden bird standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder. He was a person who loved to collect rare treasures. He had never seen such a golden bird before, so he was instantly interested in it. On the other hand, he did not even look at the 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. "Young master, you want to find out about Ji Hyun of Silla's residence?" The second floor master's eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin, and he did not even look at Ling Xiao. "That's right. I want to know what's the situation in Ji Hyun of Silla's residence." Ling Xiao asked. "Our volcano house naturally knows about this, but why do you want to find out about this?" The second floor master finally looked at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with vigilance and coldness. "Is this how the volcano house does business? Can't I buy things if I don't tell you the reason?" Ling Xiao asked. Hee, that's not it. It's just that this information is of great importance, so I have to be careful. By the way, is it possible for young master to use the golden bird on your shoulder as a reward for buying this information?" The second floor master suddenly asked. "That's impossible." Ling Xiao shook his head. "I can buy it at a high price. Not only will I tell you what you want to know, but I can also give you another 100 million low-grade spiritual stones." The second floor master said again, "Would you sell your brother?" Ling Xiao frowned. "Xiao Jin is not a bird, it's my brother." I see. The second floor master smiled, but there was a hint of viciousness at the corner of his mouth. There was someone who dared to not give him face. He was very unhappy. However, in the volcano house, it would be too much to rob him, and it would ruin the reputation of the volcano house. Furthermore, he did not know his opponent's strength, so it was better to be careful. "How about this? Wait a moment. I'll go and ask my elder brother. If he agrees to sell the information to you, this deal will be done. After all, the information you want is of great importance, and I can't make the decision on my own." The second floor master stood up and said, "This time, I hope you can find someone who can make the decision. Don't let me continue to sit here." Ling Xiao's face was a little unhappy. The second floor master's way of doing things really made him unhappy. Even if he could not get things done in one go, he should not go through so much trouble like this. "Young master, please don't be angry. Please wait a moment." The second floor master turned and left the room. "Boss, the way that guy looks at me really pisses me off." Xiao Jin barked a few times in annoyance, and then sent a message with his soul. "Yes, it does. How do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "There's no need to teach him a lesson. I'm just worried that these guys will have bad intentions." Xiao Jin reminded. "That's good," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I can't wait for them to have bad intentions. That way, I'll have a reason to cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it." At the same time, the second floor master had already taken the ladder to the highest floor of the volcano tower. The highest floor was completely made of crystal. It was protected by layers of formations. From inside, one could see the entire Thunder capital. However, the people outside could not see what was going on inside. At this moment, there were 3 people in the attic on the top floor. One of them was the first floor master of the volcano tower. The other 2 were General Qing Lei of the Sky Thunder Corps and Blood Demon Envoy, one of the 10 demon envoys of the Phantom Sect. After the second floor master reported, he entered the room. Elder brother, someone wants to buy the information, but I can't make the decision. What information? You can't make the decision? When the 2 of them were talking, they did not treat General Qing Lei and Blood Demon Envoy as outsiders. Obviously, there was some kind of connection between them. What information? You can't make the decision? The first floor master frowned. It's information about the Jihyun of Silla residence. The second floor master looked at General Qing Lei and Blood Demon Envoy and said solemnly. As expected, the moment he said that, the few people in the room became serious. What's going on? Who wants to buy the information about the Jihyun of Silla residence? Chapter 2669. Why are you so agitated? General Qing Lei was puzzled. He's here. It must be him. Ha ha, what guts. What an arrogant brat. He actually dares to come to the enemy camp alone. This Ling Xiao is indeed worthy of being the brat that even the royal family of the Chen nation has a hard time dealing with. The Blood Demon Envoy did not reply. Instead, he laughed loudly. Blood Demon Envoy, you must be joking. Even if that Ling Xiao is 100 times more courageous, facing the wrath of the Thunder Seigneur, he can only hide in the 8 Immortal City and rely on the 10 Terminal Array to survive. How dare he come to the Thunder City? General Qing Lei did not believe it. The first housemaster did not believe it either. The second housemaster found it even more unbelievable. It's fine if you don't believe it. Bring me to kill him and we'll know the truth. The Blood Demon Envoy stood up and sneered. What if we kill the wrong person? The first housemaster asked. So be it. We'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go. This is how the Devil Shadow sect does things. The Blood Demon Envoy sneered. Haha, as expected of the Devil Shadow sect. However, it's not good to make a move in the volcano tower. It will ruin the reputation of the volcano tower. The first housemaster laughed. You want to stop me? The Blood Demon Envoy's eyes flashed coldly, showing signs of wanting to attack. Blood Demon Envoy, we're all on the same side. Why would I stop you? I just want you to go somewhere else. The first Tower Master said indifferently, after leaving this volcano tower, it is no longer our business who killed him or who killed him. By the way, second Housemaster, take the Spirit Stone. That guy is already dead. It would be a waste to not take the Spirit Stone. Haha, big brother, don't worry. I know what to do. The second Housemaster sneered. The first Housemaster's actions were exactly what he wanted. Then, he looked at the Blood Demon Envoy and said, Blood Demon Envoy, that brat has a golden bird. Don't kill it. I want it very much. Don't worry. Kill him and the bird is yours. The Blood Demon Envoy was not interested in the golden bird. However, the volcano tower is despicable. You took his money, but not only did you not do it, you even want to sell his life to me? Despicable? Everyone was the same. Who asked that brat to be an idiot? If he was Ling Xiao, it would be perfect to kill him. If he wasn't, then this kid could only blame himself for being too stupid. He actually dared to directly purchase information about Jihyun of Silla's residence. Just pass the news to him, but we can't control what happens when he goes to Jihyun of Silla's residence. The Great Tower Master did not feel that the word despicable was derogatory at all. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be rather pleased with himself. They are all cunning old foxes. General Qing Lei looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Others only know that the volcano tower was opened by the volcano country people. But he didn't know that the volcano tower was actually an intelligence agency used by the 14th Prince to gather information. Great Tower Master, with your meritorious service this time, I'm afraid that the 14th Prince will put you in an important position in the future. All right, let's not boast about each other anymore. Let's do our own thing. The Blood Demon Envoy sneered and said, I'll go to Jihyun of Scylla's residence and lay an ambush. Then, he turned and left. I'll also report to the Thunder Sage. If that boy is really Ling Xiao, we'll do our best to capture him. General Qing Lei also turned and left. A moment later, the second tower master returned to Ling Xiao's small room and said with a smile, "We're going to sell the information you wanted to buy. Jihyun of Scylla's residence has now become a deserted residence. Those people in the residence were sent to the border because they failed to protect Jihyun of Scylla. The residence has been sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter. Those who enter without permission will be sentenced to death." Thank you. Ling Xiao was satisfied with this news, but he was puzzled. Where did Tushan Min go with Jihyun of Scylla's body? But even so, he still got up and left. Take care, young master. The second tower master personally sent Ling Xiao out of the volcano tower, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin. Hey, baby, wait for a while. Soon, you'll be mine. As for that boy, it doesn't matter whether he's Ling Xiao or not, because he'll be dead soon. Watching Ling Xiao leave, the second tower master sneered in his heart. Ling Xiao went out of the volcano tower and came to a restaurant near Jihyun of Scylla's residence. It was on a higher ground, so it was convenient for him to observe the residence. What's wrong, boss? Do you think something's wrong? Xiao Jin asked. Humph, I've always thought there was something wrong with the volcano tower. This time, it's confirmed my opinion. The second tower master sneered and said, There's an ambush in Jihyun of Scylla's residence, and these breaths obviously didn't exist for long. They arrived before us. This means that the volcano tower betrayed us and even dared to take our money. What should we do, boss? Don't we go? Xiao Jin asked. Don't go? Since we're here, how can we not go? Although they have an ambush, it's definitely not perfect because it was hastily prepared. We have to cut the Gordian knot. As for the volcano tower, let's wait and see. After dealing with this matter, I'll let them die. Ling Xiao sneered, went down the restaurant, and went straight to Jihyun of Scylla's residence. He didn't know who was ambushing him, but it was definitely an enemy. Anyway, he had already decided to make a big scene in Thunder City. Let's start with these people first. Using himself as bait to catch fish, he definitely wouldn't be disappointed. After entering Jihyun of Scylla's residence, Ling Xiao didn't attack the ambushers, but went to the entrance of the secret underground chamber. His main purpose in coming to Jihyun of Scylla's residence was the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. With that item, his trip to Thunder City would definitely be much safer. After all, Xiao Jin could become stronger. The entrance of the secret chamber was easy to find, but the array on the door of the secret chamber wasn't easy to break. Ling Xiao handed this matter over to his master, Yuan Venerate. After all, he had sensed an enemy attack. Dozens of black shadows appeared from every corner and completely sealed off his escape route. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Ling Xiao couldn't be more familiar with this smell. Demon Shadow Sect? Are you people from Thunder City's Demon Shadow Sect? Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of an organization like the Demon Shadow Sect. Even if he didn't have any enmity with them, he would still eradicate them. Furthermore, the other party actually wanted to kill him. Kid, you have good eyesight. I'm the Blood Demon Envoy, ranked 3rd among the 10 demon envoys of Thunder City's Demon Shadow Sect. You're dead for sure now that you've met me, kid. The Blood Demon Envoy said coldly, Do you still remember the demon envoy you killed in the 8 Immortal City? He was my son. Today, I must avenge him. Initial stage of the 11th level of Hell at the Enyang First Revolution? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This fellow's strength really surprised him a little. Chapter 2670. Oh, you're talking about that arrogant trash? That's right, I killed him. It seems like father, like son. You and your son are both trash. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Blood Demon Envoy, this kid is courting death. Show him who's boss and he'll understand. Someone next to him said, Who the hell are you? Ling Xiao asked. I'm Poison Demon Envoy. I'm ranked 10th among all the envoys. That person said, Hee hee, the trash at the bottom. Don't interrupt. Ling Xiao didn't care about Poison Demon Envoy at all, because he was only at the pinnacle of level 10 of hell in Inyang realm. If it was in the past, he would be worried. But now, this guy could only be crushed to death in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the poison emissary. This person was actually releasing poisonous energy. However, when this highly toxic qi approached the surface of his body, it would be completely dispelled by a layer of strange flames. Not even a trace of it was left. As for Xiao Jin, he didn't have to worry about it. With the devouring demon fetus as his body and the help of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul, he was invincible. His body was basically impervious to all poisons. Kid, you can actually defend against my poisonous energy. You're quite capable. But do you think you won't have to die? I haven't used the source of poison yet. Because you're still alive, I still have a few questions to answer. Are you Ling Xiao or not? Poison Demon Envoy asked coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately understood that these people weren't just here to avenge the Blood Demon Envoy's son. Didn't I tell you before whether I'm Ling Xiao or not? You can't tell, so don't ask. Ling Xiao had just admitted that he killed the Blood Demon Envoy's son, which was equivalent to indirectly admitting his identity as Ling Xiao. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't realize it. Without waiting for Poison Demon Envoy to say anything, Ling Xiao continued, "It was the Volcano Tower who leaked the news of my arrival to you, right? Also, who exactly do you belong to? Who is the Grand Deacon of Thunder City?" "Hee, you little brat, you're the real idiot." The Poison Devil seemed to have found an opportunity to make fun of Ling Xiao. He sneered and said, "The Volcano House belongs to the 14th Prince. You actually went there to buy information about Ji-hyun of Silla's mansion. Do you know what this is called? This was called walking right into a trap. Now, it's best to surrender and come with us to the 14th Prince. You might have a chance to survive. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." "You can try," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "How dare you?" The poison demon was constantly being looked down upon by Ling Xiao. As one of the 10 demon envoys, this caused him to be in an extremely bad mood. After all, he was originally ranked last, so he felt a little inferior. Now, Ling Xiao was pointing at his sore spot and scolding him. She even said that he was brainless. How could he endure this? He shouted, "Blood Demon Envoy, I'll capture this bastard alive." After saying that, he took out a strange magic wand. On top of the wand, there were 9 heads of poisonous snakes. It looked strange and eerie. "Kid, this 9-snake wand loves to drink human blood. You will be its next prey." After saying that, he was about to make his move when he suddenly screamed. The screams were especially ear-piercing in the middle of the night. At this moment, the poison demon did not expect that he would fall into Ling Xiao's hands before he could make his move. Ling Xiao easily caught him with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. With his neck being gripped, his screams were a little shrill. At that moment, he was extremely terrified. This was because he could feel that if Ling Xiao tightened his grip, his life would immediately bid farewell to him. Ling Xiao's injury suddenly released scorching hot lava that was constantly burning the poison demon's body. No. The poison demon let out an earth-shattering scream. He could even feel that his internal organs were being melted by the lava. He could feel the terrifying pain all too clearly. "My internal organs? Don't." He desperately released all his internal energy in an attempt to break free and escape from Ling Xiao's hands. After all, he was a martial artist at level 10 of hell in the Inyang realm. Even if most of his internal organs were destroyed, he would not die completely. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance of survival. And the possibility was very high. "Don't make any unnecessary struggles." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the poison demon in his hands and said, "From the moment you targeted me, it meant that you were dead for sure." After saying that, even more terrifying lava filled the poison demon's body. The poison demon's body completely melted from the outside to the inside, turning into a pile of dried blood. "What bullsh *T10 demon envoys? I said that you are trash, and you are indeed trash. Since you are here today, then this king will destroy you first, and then destroy that volcano tower. I will let them know the consequences of not following business ethics." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Blood Demon Envoy. The Blood Demon Envoy was definitely much stronger than the Poison Demon Envoy. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. What's going on? He was killed in an instant? The Blood Demon Envoy was originally full of confidence, but at this moment, his heart was in his mouth. What a joke. From the moment Ling Xiao captured the Poison Demon Envoy to the moment the Poison Demon Envoy was killed, it was impossible for him to save the Poison Demon Envoy. Moreover, he could feel that the golden bird standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder had an aura that made him extremely wary. Could it be that she had miscalculated this time? After all, even he would need 2 or 3 moves to defeat the Poison Demon Envoy. If he wanted to kill the Poison Demon Envoy, it would be impossible without 10 moves. Didn't this mean that Ling Xiao was stronger than him? Moreover, the Poison Demon Envoy was completely melted into a pool of blood. He had heard of such a terrifying ability, but he had never seen it before. This guy is too tough. Immediately set up the 8 Gates Blood Formation. I will deal with him personally. The Blood Demon Envoy was not confident enough, so he knew that he had to use the 8 Gates Blood Formation to weaken Ling Xiao's strength. This way, it would be easier to deal with him. They must have practiced the 8 Gates Blood Formation countless times, so they were able to set it up very quickly. It was completed in an instant. Kill! The Blood Demon Emissary roared. His aura exploded, and a huge shadow condensed behind him. This shadow looked like the vampiric demon of the demonic realm, and it was extremely special. The vampiric demon gave off an extremely powerful evil aura. It had a white face, fangs, and a pair of black wings. It looked like a huge bat. As his martial soul took shape, the Blood Demon Envoy took a step forward and slapped down on Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, heaven and earth shook, and the sky cried out. It was as if the earth was about to split open. Blood Demon Palm. Chapter 2671. The Blood Demon Emissary attacked Ling Xiao with his Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon Palm. At that moment, the surrounding air turned completely red. The Blood Demon Emissary seemed to want to turn the entire world into his Blood Fiend world. At the same time, the other experts of the Demon Shadow sect started to operate the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array. Many of the formation flags were displayed. There were many strange symbols on the flag, as well as some terrifying images. Blood-sucking demon, blood zombie, leech demon, mosquito demon. When the array flags were raised, they released an even more powerful blood aura. Just by breathing in, one would be able to smell the blood. It was very nauseating. The blood aura gathered together and formed a huge blood fiend array. It almost covered the entire Jihyun of Silla residence. At that moment, all the plants in Jihyun of Silla residence withered as if all their juices were absorbed by the array. Even the pitiful Zerg beasts hiding underground started to shrivel up. The scene was very strange. This was the powerful array of the Demon Shadow sect, the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array. Its effect was similar to the Blood Dissipation array of the 10 Ultimate arrays, but there were some differences. The Blood Dissipation array could turn people into pus. The 8 Gates Blood Fiend array could suck people dry. What a boring trick. Little Gold, attack that position and break the array. Ling Xiao had already seen the weakness of the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array, but he did not plan to attack. He wanted to fight the Blood Demon Emissary, which would be more beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. As for breaking the array, it was more than enough to leave it to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and instantly flew into the air. His body grew in the wind and turned into a giant golden crow, covering the sky and the sun. It seemed to cover the entire King Zhixian's mansion. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon Emissary's palms collided. The terrifying force was like a hurricane that wreaked havoc in the Jihyun of Silla residence. Many buildings collapsed because of it, and the scene was very messy. After Little Gold transformed into the Golden Crow, it rushed to the position that Ling Xiao had pointed out. It then waved its huge claws and tore at that place. It was like an ancient beast had descended to the mortal world. Xiao Jin's claws slashed down. In that instant, countless array flags were destroyed under the terrifying golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs. Almost all of the Shadow Devil sect's experts who had set up the 8 Gates Blood Fiend Grand Array were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying power! All the experts of the Shadow Devil sect felt their bodies tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying monster. It was as terrifying as an ancient beast. And those were only things that he had read in books. However, the fear was definitely more than that. Little Gold flapped its huge wings and floated in the air like a golden sun, coldly looking down at the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect. Die. This is what you get for plotting against us. Xiao Jin's personality had always been rather solitary and fierce. This was related to his life experiences. His family had been wiped out, and most of his people had been killed in front of him. Those heads had stimulated his temperament. From then on, Xiao Jin decided not to be a naive person anymore. Whoever tried to kill him, he would kill them without mercy. He didn't want to see his family and friends die in front of him a second time, especially his respected boss. He couldn't let him die. As his voice rang out, his body released the dazzling golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs. This golden light was cold and eerie, as if it had shot out from the 9 underworld's yellow springs. It also seemed like the judgment of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the bodies of dozens of Shadow Devil sect experts. For a moment, screams rang out. The warriors who had been pierced by the golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs all burned and let out the most terrifying screams of their lives. They trembled and rolled on the ground. After a while, they died in excruciating pain. In the end, not a single complete corpse was left. Monster! Monster! The remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil sect didn't dare to fight Xiao Jin. They wanted to flee in panic, even leaving the Blood Demon envoy behind. But how could Xiao Jin let them leave? Since you've already done it, you have to pay the price for your actions. Moreover, I won't be wrong even if I kill 10 of you. Every one of you has a blood debt. Xiao Jin knew a little about the Shadow Devil sect. It was an evil organization that ran rampant in the Black Tortoise mainland. Even if they died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to pay for what they had done. Therefore, Xiao Jin didn't show any mercy. With a flash of his body, the remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were instantly flattened by his huge claws and set on fire. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Demon envoy was the only one left of the Shadow Devil sect's disciples. The rest of the disciples were all dead. Moreover, he had died so quickly. Xiao Jin, take a rest first. Watch me deal with the Blood Demon envoy. Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon envoy had already fought more than 10 rounds. In these dozen or so rounds, it could be said that both of them had their own victories and defeats. Both of them suffered losses and gained advantages. But only Ling Xiao knew that he had used the Blood Demon envoy's attacks to push his cultivation toward the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. Now, he only needed one more layer of energy. Blood Demon envoy. Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Devil sect in Thunder City? Also, who is your Grand Deacon? You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die like the rest of them. Ling Xiao took a step back and looked coldly at the Blood Demon envoy. He was ready to end this battle as soon as possible. Although the Blood Demon envoy was powerful, there was a huge flaw in his cultivation method. The so-called early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage couldn't even compare to an ordinary early stage of the 11th level of the Hell. Ling Xiao looked down on these guys. But the Shadow Devil sect seemed to like this method of quickly increasing their cultivation, even if the flaw was very serious. How did you become so strong? The Blood Demon envoy couldn't believe what was happening. According to the information, Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. But how could his combat strength be so strong? He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. And the pet he raised was so terrifying that it killed all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he could feel that even he wouldn't dare to take the strange golden light head-on. How can I be so strong? That's not the answer I want to know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't be too arrogant. I'm an expert at the 11th level of the first transformation stage of the Hell, while you're only at the 10th level of the Hell. We're a whole realm apart. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You'll die. Your pet will die too. You'll all die in my hands. Chapter 2672. The Blood Demon Envoy let out a terrifying roar. His fists flew towards Ling Xiao like a tidal wave. Facing the Blood Demon Envoy's attack, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. This Blood Devil Envoy liked to suck the blood of others to increase his own cultivation. In that case, Ling Xiao would suck his blood dry and kill him. The Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was obviously the most suitable move. After transforming, Ling Xiao took out the 8 immortal swords and went up to meet the Blood Demon Envoy. The two of them began their most violent exchange in the air. 1 round, 2 rounds. After 30 rounds, the Blood Demon Envoy was covered in wounds. Although these wounds were only superficial and did not seem to affect the Blood Demon Envoy's movements at all. However, only Ling Xiao knew that these were caused by the Blood Demon Envoy on purpose. They were just the prelude to his attack. However, the Blood Demon Envoy obviously did not know this. He did not care about these small wounds at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more excited he became. From his point of view, Ling Xiao's desperate attacks could only cause such insignificant injuries. What was there to be afraid of? Just as the Blood Demon Envoy's aura reached its peak, and he had completely given up on defense and focused purely on attacking, Ling Xiao made his move. Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. The moment the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was released, the Blood Demon Envoy felt that something was wrong. The blood in his body was gushing out crazily from the seemingly insignificant wounds. At that moment, he was afraid. His entire being was filled with fear. Run. This was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao sneered. As he used the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse, one of his hands tore through the air. In an instant, it became huge and grabbed at the Blood Demon Envoy. What kind of terrifying hand was this? The power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth flowed on it. The power of thunder and lightning danced in it, and the power of lava flowed in the blood. There was probably no magic treasure below an emperor weapon in the world that could be compared to it. This was such a perfect hand that it did not seem to belong to a human. This hand was the essence of condensed energy. Mysterious inscriptions flowed on it, and it was filled with a terrifying ancient aura. No matter who it was, when they saw Ling Xiao's hand, they would inevitably feel reverence. Some might even kneel down to worship it. It was the hand of the profound world. It was the hand of the human king. It was the hand of the tyrant. The Blood Demon Envoy didn't even have the courage to resist it, let alone resist it. The Blood Demon Envoy stared at the hand in horror. In an instant, he was pinched, and his body could not move at all. All the power seemed to have been completely frozen in an instant. You drank the blood of others to cultivate. Today, I will let you die from the loss of all the blood in your body. This can be considered retribution. Being held in Ling Xiao's hand, the Blood Demon Envoy was filled with despair. He screamed in horror, Ling Xiao, you cannot kill me. I am the 3rd-ranked Blood Demon Envoy of the 10 Demon Envoys. I am a subordinate of General Purple Thunder of the Sky Thunder Legion. You cannot kill me. Ling Xiao didn't reply. The Demonic Dragon Blood Curse continued to be used, which represented his intention. The terrifying suction force continued to suck out blood from the Blood Demon Envoy's body. The Blood Demon Envoy's body gradually became thin. He knew that he would soon wither and become a mummy. No, I don't want to die. You can't treat me like this. You can't. The Blood Demon Envoy screamed in horror. He shouted out what he shouldn't have said. My Devil Shadow Sect's headquarters in the Thunder Capital is under the Thunder Capital Imperial City. Oh? Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The Devil Shadow Sect was really amazing. They actually hid their headquarters in an unexpected place. The Imperial City was known to be a place where no enemy could easily enter. Unless the people outside were all killed, the Imperial City was absolutely safe. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. This Devil Shadow Sect seemed to want to refine the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Spare me. I've told you everything, please. The Blood Demon Envoy screamed miserably. Funny, I didn't ask you to tell me anything at all. You told me everything yourself. Ling Xiao sneered, and the power of the demonic dragon blood curse instantly increased. The blood demon envoy finally let out the most miserable scream in the world, and then his body turned into a withered corpse. After throwing down the blood demon envoy's corpse, Ling Xiao opened the array formation of Jihyun of Scylla's underground palace and walked in with Xiao Jin. After entering, the Jihyun of Scylla's residence instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. Of course, this was to deceive others. Ling Xiao believed that once the Devil Shadow sect's people failed, the royal family's people would definitely make a move. Just as he expected, not long after they entered the underground palace, General Qing Lei led the army over. However, looking at the devastated Jihyun of Scylla's residence and the mummy hanging on the flagpole, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Damn it, we're too late. General Qing Lei frowned, and then ordered 100 soldiers to stay behind and continue to surround the place, while the rest followed him to search the city for Ling Xiao. While he was searching for Ling Xiao had already found the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul under Jihyun of Scylla's residence and had Xiao Jian swallow it. Then, the two of them cultivated there. After Xiao Jian swallowed this remnant soul, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao absorbed the blood demon envoy's blood, which contained rich yin and yang yuan qi, so it was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. 3 days later, the troops outside Jihyun of Scylla's residence had completely retreated. People had almost forgotten about the person who appeared in the Thunder City 3 days ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, people did not know what earth-shattering thing that person had done. Only in the volcano house, there were still some rumors circulating, whether true or false. The red sun hung upside down in the sky like a furnace, and the bright flames sprinkled all over the mysterious world like flowing gold. Outside the volcano house, a few people were discussing something. Brothers, do you remember the guy who came to the volcano house 3 days ago and refused to buy the fire-repelling talisman? The one who asked was the person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman. This person was very unhappy that Ling Xiao could enter the volcano house without the fire-repelling talisman and not be injured. So, his words were filled with schadenfreude, because he knew some secrets. It was said that the people of the Devil Shadow sect who wanted to deal with that guy would have died long ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, even the volcano house did not know that the experts of the Devil Shadow sect who went to attack Ling Xiao had all died. Of course I remember. I haven't seen that person for several days. Someone next to him said, Hee, I'll tell you the truth. That brat was too arrogant and offended some big shot. I think he's already dead. The person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman sneered. Do you know, that's what happened to that brat? Dead? No wonder. I heard that guy didn't even give face to the second-floor master. Isn't he courting death? Chapter 2673. That's right. Why didn't he find out who the second master is? How dare he offend him? He deserves to die. The person selling the fire-warding talisman sneered. Why did I hear that that kid is Ling Xiao, the one who killed the 8th prince in Jihyun of Scylla? He's ranked 2nd on the volcano evil list. Although he's not that strong, his notoriety is second only to the dragon cult leader. Someone else said, who cares if he's Ling Xiao or Bai Xiao? He's dead anyway. The person selling the fire-warding talismans said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, someone patted his shoulder. He scolded impatiently. Which bastard dares to pat my shoulder? Don't you know where you are? As soon as he said that, he saw the people around him hiding to the side as if they had seen a ghost. All of them were even looking behind him. Their expressions were as if they were possessed in broad daylight. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The person in charge thought that these people were afraid of him getting angry and was quite pleased. No, look at the person behind him. Isn't he the young man who came to the volcano tower 3 days ago? The little golden bird on his shoulder is too eye-catching. Finally, someone told the person in charge the truth while trembling with fear. He shuddered and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around shakily and saw Ling Xiao standing there coldly. You're very pleased? Do I deserve to die? Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao and Little Gold's strength had increased by a large margin. His cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was getting closer and closer to the top strength in this country. Xiao Jin's strength had also increased terrifyingly. It was already at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Together with the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, Xiao Jin could even give a martial artist at the late stage of the 11th level of the Hella headache. The person in charge's face was pale, but when he thought of the powerful volcano tower behind him, he immediately became arrogant again. You'd better not mess around. This is the volcano tower. Our first master and second master are experts from the 11th level of the hell. If you offend them, you'll definitely die. Is that so? Pa. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, then slapped the person in charge. This slap is to remind you not to spout nonsense. You don't deserve to die. I won't kill you, but don't seek death. With that, he walked straight to the volcano tower. Stop. The person in charge was beaten up by Ling Xiao, so he was naturally furious. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't bear to be beaten up by someone and endure it. The people of the volcano house had always been used to flaunting their strength. Within the Thunder City, the only people who dared to offend them were those from the 8 great families. They didn't even put anyone else in their eyes. Are you sure you want me to stop? Ling Xiao looked back at the man, narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you want to die? Beg your sister. I'll kill you. The person in charge of the fire avoidance talisman flew into a rage, cursing loudly as he charged towards Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, he found a huge bloody hole in his chest. The bloody hole was burned clean by the terrifying flames, and even his internal organs were burned away. Before his life was completely extinguished, he left behind his last words. You actually dare to kill me. Rumble. Terrifying explosion erupted from the person in charge's body, and like fireworks, his body fragments flew in all directions in front of the volcano house. In that instant, the entire street became deathly silent. After a while, exclamations finally sounded. Murder. Someone killed someone in front of the volcano house. This madman actually dared to kill someone in the Thunder City, and someone from the volcano house at that. It doesn't matter if he's Ling Xiao or not, he's dead meat. The Thunder City can't tolerate the existence of such a person. That's right. His cultivation doesn't seem to be at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. Even if he's at that level, he shouldn't be causing trouble in the Thunder City. The Thunder City isn't a place where he can casually cause trouble. I'm afraid he wants to die. For revenge, he doesn't care about his life and wants to cause trouble for the volcano house. That should be the case. However, one person going against the entire volcano house is like an egg hitting a rock. This matter is too stupid. Stupid or not, he's already here. The people of the volcano house should already know. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show today. The Thunder City was an international city. At least in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, the Thunder City was considered a big city. There were quite a number of martial artists from other countries. Among these people, there was no lack of experts at the 11th level of hell. Among them, there were even people from the dragon cult. Interesting. I didn't expect this kid to do something that even our dragon cult doesn't dare to do for us. We'll have to watch a good show. Among the crowd, there was an expert whose cultivation was at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. At this moment, he was standing among the crowd, looking at Ling Xiao with interest. Enemy attack. A voice suddenly came from the volcano house. The voice was extremely loud and penetrating. It instantly spread throughout the entire volcano house. In the volcano tower, countless experts rushed out in an instant. Each and every one of them was filled with rage and anger. Someone actually dared to cause trouble for the volcano house. This was purely courting death. Bold thief, why aren't you surrendering? How dare you behave so atrociously in the volcano house? You're really not afraid of death. One of the Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the late stage of the 10th level of hell shouted loudly. Ling Xiao glanced at that person indifferently and said coldly, I'm looking for the volcano house. 3 days ago, I came to the volcano house and paid the full price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones for a piece of information. However, your volcano house actually sold me out to the Devil Shadow sect and let the Devil Shadow sect's Blood Demon Envoy and Poison Demon Envoy come to cause trouble for me. I almost died in the Thunder City. Tell me, should I come to the volcano house to seek justice? His voice wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating. Almost everyone in the surroundings heard it clearly. There had to be a reason for killing people and causing trouble. Ling Xiao had to make the reason clear to prevent unreasonable people from interfering. Heavens, the volcano house actually did such a thing. This is too unbelievable. You really don't believe me. I was also tricked by them before, but I didn't dare to speak up. Today, this young man has helped me vent my anger. In the crowd, there were also people who had been tricked by the volcano house. They were indignant and spoke of their experiences. In an instant, the reputation of the volcano house became as dirty and smelly as a latrine. Oh my, I thought the volcano house was the most fair and didn't participate in the fights between factions. It seems that we were too naive. In the future, who dares to come here to buy information? If not, they might lose their lives. In the crowd, those who didn't mind watching the show began to discuss spiritedly. As the saying went, the law couldn't punish the masses. Chapter 2674. Nonsense. How could we, the volcano house, do such a thing? Moreover, how could the Devil Shadow sect have anything to do with us? Besides, do you have proof that you paid the money to our volcano tower? An expert from the volcano house roared. You want proof? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and took out the receipt in front of everyone. It was the receipt that the second pavilion master received the money. This receipt is the proof. Hee hee, what a joke. As far as I know, our volcano house sold the information to you. You're the one who was plotted against by the Devil Shadow sect, yet you're blaming us. Shameless. Seeing the receipt, the people from the volcano house still refused to admit it. Instead, they scolded, "Brat, I think you're the one sent by the Devil Shadow sect to cause trouble. Anyway, you'll tell us the truth once we capture you." Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Since you don't want to admit it, fine. I'll beat you until you admit it. Today, the volcano house will be destroyed from the Thunder City. Finishing his words, he suddenly took out the white jade flying dragon sword and stabbed out. The sword light danced in the air like a white dragon or a white steed flashing through a crack. It was extremely fast. The terrifying sword chi instantly tore through the void, turning into dozens of streaks that pierced through space and tore through the void. They pierced towards the countless experts from the volcano house. Chi 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 chi. After the terrifying streaks of sword light, 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground. There was an obvious sword wound on each of their throats. Those who wanted to get proof from Ling Xiao and said that Ling Xiao was shameless were even more miserable. Not only were their throats pierced, even their tongues were cut. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Then, an even more terrifying attack was released. The terrifying ghost dragon descended from the sky and pounced into the crowd. Miserable screams rang out as more than 10 people were swallowed by the ghost dragon. Their bodies shriveled up, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Sure enough, after my strength increased, the ghost-slaying dragon, a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, became so powerful. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A low-grade martial skill was not useless. It was very useful for cleaning up trash, and it also saved a lot of internal energy. You bastard! Stop! Suddenly, a ball of fire descended from the sky, stopping Ling Xiao's attack. The flames burned in front of Ling Xiao, blasting a large hole in the ground. 2 figures rushed over in a hurry. One of them was the second pavilion master, while the other was the first pavilion master. The 2 strongest people of the volcano house had already arrived. It seemed that they had realized that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. When the second-floor master saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still alive, he actually blurted out, "Why aren't you dead?" Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly shut his mouth. The great housemaster was a wily old fox. He said coldly, "You dare to kill innocent people in Thunder City. You must be that devil called Ling Xiao, who is ranked second on the volcano evil list. But your bounty is ranked first. The royal family's bounty for you has moved everyone." He's Ling Xiao? That's impossible. He looks completely different from Ling Xiao. Yes, even if it's a disguise, it can't change his body, right? His martial skill is also different from Ling Xiao's. It's too powerful. Housemaster of the volcano house, it seems that no one believes your words. Ling Xiao sneered. He was still very calm. At this moment, admitting that he was Ling Xiao would inevitably lead to huge trouble. It was impossible to destroy the volcano house. Humph, they will believe it soon. After killing you, even if you use some evil technique to change your appearance, you will immediately return to normal. The housemaster snorted and released his terrifying aura. He was actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. This guy's strength was truly extraordinary. Very good. I like straightforward people. Since I came here today, it's to destroy your volcano house. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Ling Xiao sneered. He had to kill the second housemaster and first housemaster. As for the others, as long as they didn't make a move, he would be too lazy to make a move. After killing these two and destroying the volcano house, he would immediately leave. After all, this was Thunder City. It was easy to attract the experts of the 8 great families. Evil creature, how dare you behave so atrociously in Thunder City? Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack the 2 housemasters of the volcano house, a shout suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, a group of armored horses rushed over. This group of armored horses were all riding on Sky Thunder beasts. There was no need to ask. They were definitely from the Sky Thunder Corps. More than 100 armored horses rampaged on the street. The people standing on the road all made way for them, afraid of being hit. One of the Sky Thunder beasts leaped up and landed in front of Ling Xiao with a loud roar. The scene was very shocking. This person's aura was extremely powerful. He was a martial artist at the early stage of the 11th level of hell. His strength was comparable to the second housemaster's. However, his murderous aura was clearly stronger. General Qing Lei. General Qing Lei is here. Among the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Corps, except for General Purple Thunder, who rarely came out, the others were easy to recognize. General Qing Lei came from the Bo Yi clan, one of the 8 great families. His name was Bo Yi Qing Lei. Of course, this was a name he changed later. He was ranked 3rd among the 7 generals. General Qing Lei's appearance made the entire street even more lively. After all, the battle between Ling Xiao and the volcano house was still a private grudge. If General Qing Lei stepped out to help either side, it would become a public affair. Who would dare to make an enemy of the Chan nation's imperial court? How dare you start a massacre in the Thunder City? Do you know your crime? General Qing Lei, who was riding on the heavenly thunder beast, looked majestic as he questioned Ling Xiao. Do I know my crime? General, the volcano house didn't follow the rules. They took the money but betrayed me, causing me to be hunted down by the Devil Shadow sect. I'm just here to seek justice. The mystic world is a world of martial arts. Shouldn't private grudges be avenged in this way? Ling Xiao looked coldly at General Qing Lei and said. He had sensed General Qing Lei's aura 3 days ago in the volcano house and Jihyun of Silla's residence. In other words, this fellow clearly knew the whole story and was even involved in it. Wanting this fellow to uphold justice was no different from a fool's dream. Nonsense. General Qing Lei, don't listen to this guy's lies. The volcano house has always been honest in our business. He was the one who was ambushed. How can he blame us and come to the volcano house to kill the innocent? You must seek justice for us. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.